Hello everyone, welcome to Atomicon 21. You're watching the Ecamm live stage here with me, BizPaul. It's wonderful to see you here. After a slight delay, we had some few internet issues here, but you know, it's raining, it's wet. For those of you that are watching outside of the UK, if you've seen pictures of what the UK weather is like, it's pretty accurate. Actually, it's not too bad today, not too bad, but it's up north and it's a bit cold. Welcome to the Ecamm live stage. We're here, we are broadcasting on pretty much everywhere. And if you don't know what Ecamm Live is, and if you're watching on the Ecamm Live channels, obviously you do, but for those of you watching the virtual stream in Atomicon, in the pop-up group, Ecamm Live is a fantastic live streaming tool that you can use. It's Mac only, but it's the all-in-one live streaming and video production studio. Here, to my right, which you possibly can't see just yet, is Owen, who is doing all the controls on the buttons. He's pushing all the buttons. Later on, we are actually going to have a demonstration of Ecamm. Let me tell you a little bit about what's coming up, because we're going to be doing these live streams in the break and at lunchtime today, and maybe, if we're lucky, a little bit afterwards if we can get Andrew and Pete to talk to us on camera. So when they're ready, Andrew and Pete, I would like to talk to them first of all, but we've got, hopefully, Sabrina Clark, and Handley, Kyne, who is literally just to my right, absolutely looking fabulous. Teresa Heath-Wareing, we've got an Ecamm demonstration with Adrian Salisbury coming up as well, Sam Hearn, Robin Kennedy, anyone who will speak to us basically. And if Andrew and Pete, who are right off camera, if they would like to, then they can come and speak to me now. And we can have a talk about what's been going on here at Atomicon 21. We've just watched Deborah Meaden and Anne Handley deliver two fantastic keynotes. We had a wonderful introduction by Andrew and Pete, as you can expect. Let us see.
Hey everybody.
Who? Right. Now you might have to share the mic,
That's okay.
if that's okay.
We're not used to sharing. Okay.
Well, hang on. You share like an Instagram login.
We literally share everything.
Right. Andrew and Pete, welcome to your own event.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, BizPaul.
I'm so pleased to have you to chat, because you kicked off the event and it was lots of fun. Tell us a little bit about the event itself and why you put on this event.
Go for it.
Okay. So, as a small business owner, we are shooting for the moon, and there's lots of scary things in the way. And to help you get over that, you need some camaraderie, you need some inspiration, you need to be challenged. So that's what Atomicon's all about: getting inspired, getting challenged, and helping you to push further forward in your business.
Yes.
As well as learn from like the best speakers in the world.
You have
said
got
it.
the best speakers. You really have. Can I talk about your session for a little bit?
Yeah, let's do
And
it.
the things that you spoke about there, because I really like the way that you brought in your session from Atomicon 2019 in the
Yes.
facing the fears
Yes.
element, right? And you sort of updated it for 2021. Was that always the plan, or?
It wasn't really, actually, was
We
it?
thought 3 years ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
We kind of have been on this mission for the past few years about, like, why do some businesses do really well? Why don't some businesses do really well? And I think a lot of it is based on confidence. A lot of it is based on action. So we've got quite obsessive about why people take action and why people don't take action. And like this whole idea of fear driving us. So we really just wanted to approach this year as like, let's take it that next step further. Like, what happens if fear actually does hold you back? Like, what do you do then? So that's kind of where it came from, wasn't it?
And do you get from the members
Mhm.
in Atomic sort of feedback and ideas? These are the things that we're concerned about or worried about. Does that feed into how you
How we do
bring
the-
something to the stage?
We actually, yeah, we do. We get tons of ideas from members, but then once we have an idea or once we have a theory, we'll actually then interview some members. Like, we'll reach out to them and be like, can we talk this through? Does this sound right to you? Does this not sound right to you? And that kind of gives us the confidence to think, you know what, this could be quite impactful.
What we actually did was last year, we actually called up a member and we had this idea about raising the stakes. And if you gave yourself like a financial wager for you to achieve something, then you'd be more likely to achieve it. and we actually made a bet with someone like that they should do it, and they did. So we like to push our members as well,
Yeah,
and make sure our theories work before putting them on stage.
So, okay, so that's allowed you to then deliver that to today. I really liked the part where you talked about moving from the progress zone to the settle zone, and that it's sort of constant momentum to keep pushing forward. I must admit, at the beginning, I didn't know what you were talking about because I thought you'd invented this new word, graison. Graison. I was like, oh, it's French. It's like a graison. It's a proper like thing that I've misunderstood. But you were just saying grey zone.
Grey zone.
Yeah.
In my Cumbrian accent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cumbrian now sounds French apparently.
I wrote it down. I was like, okay, I need to look that up.
Yeah.
But the grey zone. Tell us what the grey zone is.
So the grey zone is when you shoot for a goal and you miss it. And that was another thing that we wanted to like tackle in this talk, because you'll see a lot of inspiring, a lot of motivational talks that talk about how they overcame adversity and actually hit it. And one thing we wanted to tackle was, well, what happens if you don't hit it? Like, what actually happens then? Is that the end of the world? So we kind of defined this grey zone as the part, like you've gone for a goal, so you're not staying still, but you're also not at that success marker yet. And I think that is what people are scared of, like never hitting that success marker. But the more we talked it through and the more we talked to members about it, like we realized that grey zone, or graison,
The grey zone. The grey zone.
it's inevitable. Like you're always
Yeah.
going to end up in that grey zone.
Yeah.
Because even if you hit a goal, like you feel great for a moment, for a day maybe, max. And then it's like, what's next? What's next? So when you tell yourself the only thing is the grey zone, the progress zone, or settling, it becomes a lot less scary. Like that's
Yeah.
a much better
Yeah.
option.
The most people or most ideas would not result in failure. I know a lot of people talk about entrepreneurial stuff and how most things result in failure. That's been negative. Let's not look at that. But it would be fair, would it not, to say that most of the things that you do are going to end up in that grey zone?
Yeah.
So is it then about going, well, let's accept that
Yes.
and then go, right, well, what's next? How do we push it a little bit further?
Yes, exactly. It's inevitable that you're going to end up in that zone of progress, that grey zone, which is just, you fall short of the big goal that you set yourself. That happens all the time. But if we're too scared to fail, then we don't do anything. And the point is, basically, you're either going to stay in exactly the same place if you don't push yourself and do those scary things, or you could make progress. And it doesn't matter if you fall short, because that's still progress at the end of the day. It's not as scary as what you think. Failure isn't actually a thing. It's just like progress. You've made progress in some way.
How do you measure the progress of your members? You're talking about making bets with them. Obviously, you can measure that. But when I'm in the group, I hear lots of people like sharing their success stories. Is that one of the measurements that you look at?
Yeah, absolutely. Like every week or every other week, we'll do like a win of the week, so people get to share what they're up to and what they've done and what success they're having. We've also got the success predictor.
Right.
So
yeah.
it's an assessment, and it gives you a score and feedback based on 9 different categories. And essentially, they can go away and work on those afterwards, and they all correspond to different training in Atomic, so that they can improve on an area. So maybe like motivation is lacking for some reason, so let's go and do the motivation training. Or maybe the sales aspect you're just lacking completely, so like let's focus more on that first. So it gives people like a roadmap of what to do, and then also like 6 months later you do it again,
Right.
and you got a better score.
So again, they're making that continual progress.
Yes, but we do also love to talk to our members and hear what they're up to. So we'll often reach out to them and surprise them.
Well, we've got some comments here about, Katie's saying making bets with your members to get them to take action. It's obviously something that resonates with people. Look, I'm not going to keep you because I know that lots of people will want to speak to you.
Thank you.
When you see the people, just come and tell them to talk to me.
We will.
You know, I'm interested in filling the time. We've got a schedule. Things don't always work to schedule, do they?
No. Are you open to anyone?
I'm open to pretty much anyone.
Go and, like, find someone?
Yeah, go and find someone super interesting for me.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we
Just
will
in
do.
just in case my allocated people don't turn up.
Nicole.
Challenge accepted. Nicole's right there.
Nicole. Oh yes,
Nicole.
Nicole.
Come in.
You can come and
Come
talk.
in.
Yeah.
Oh, look at her
She's
pretending to be
she's
shy.
yeah. Brilliant. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, guys.
Have a great show.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you later. Will you come back at the end of the day?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Great. Andrew and Pete there. I mean, you know, they're the people are here for today. Okay. So, brilliant. Let's welcome Nicole. It's so lovely to see you. Grab your mic, if you would.
Thank you, BizPaul. Great to be here.
I'm so pleased you're here to talk to me. Do you want to just scooch in a little bit,
Of course, if I may,
just so we can get you properly on?
not so unsure about, how do we stand out? How do we present ourselves and our marketing? And this is really where I come in and help them.
Brilliant, brilliant. Justin Brown. Hi, Justin.
Hey, Justin, how are you doing?
Big fan, says, hey, Nicole.
Completely.
Oh, yeah. Justin Brown, the person who really knows his stuff about. I feel under pressure now because
YouTube.
Justin's
Are we
there.
YouTubing this?
Yeah, well, we are YouTubing. We're live on Ecamm's YouTube,
Hello, YouTube.
as well as the Atomic Group as well. So people will be seeing this across the globe.
Fantastic.
So, which brings me to my next question. Do you work with anybody, sort of anywhere?
Yeah, it's been really exciting with the pandemic in many ways. That people are so much more willing to meet their coaches online. So yes, I work with people abroad as well, and I love it because you probably guessed I've got a little bit of a German accent, and I love working with other people with an accent. Clearly, based in the UK, it's got to be like an afternoon slot for us, but yes, so short answer, yes,
Yeah.
and I absolutely love it.
And so what are you seeing are agency owners' concerns since the pandemic started? What are they thinking about now? What are their challenges?
Well, I guess right in the beginning, everyone was sort of tightening their belt much further, and marketing all of a sudden became a sort of thing, do we really need it? But I guess particularly for website agency owners, where we're in the right place and in the right sector, because more businesses now wanted to go online. So I think for many website agency owners, it's been actually a really good opportunity to help also their local community and local businesses. So yes, it's been a challenging time. Like you and I, we go quite often to events where we're like no events, but we are working through it and we're finding new ways of doing business and of becoming more approachable online, which is great.
I found what Anne Handley was saying really interesting about the story element and thinking about like how to tell those different stories and the Rudolph thing. I mean, if you caught it on the live stream in the Atomic Group, then you'll have been amazed. I love Anne Handley. I'm hoping that she's going to come and talk to me later. What did you take from that session?
I think it's always very challenging to think about sharing your story and how do you make your customer the hero of the story. And I just really loved how she kept on asking, so what? How can you really take that into context? Who are you going to help? How are you going to help them? So people are often uncomfortable marketing themselves, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're known as BizPaul because you have this great story, your Jessie shares, and what we talked about was quite a lot about personal branding. So as an agency owner, how can you use your personal brand, your story sharing, the stories of your team, of your customers, to really show how you've helped? So, no, I mean, who doesn't love Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, right? And
Exactly.
I also love the fact that Anne brought the word, and she's a working mum, and she does things with her family. So no, really cool talk. I also appreciate seeing her so up close. Last time I saw her was in San Diego. Where it's like, hello, but there she was. It's really good.
She's a great person. Great suit as
Oh
well.
my goodness!
Have you seen her face mask? It matches her suit.
Why not?
Complete put together. All right, let's talk about Deborah Meaden as well, because she sort of told us a story really about her. She didn't want to say journey, did she? But about her life. And there was some people, people asked some questions afterwards. What were your nuggets from Deborah?
Do you know that courage and resilience to sort of keep going? And I absolutely loved it. Her confidence. She absolutely oozes confidence, right? And often, I guess, particularly as women, we're not always taught to be confident. We're not meant to be. And I think it's great to be that confident. And I also just love the fact how she tried out so many different things. So it's kind of, if one thing doesn't work, it's okay to fail, just keep going. And yeah, all her references to Strictly Come Dancing, Dragon's Den, I'm like, God, it's Deborah Meaden. She's just lovely.
I'd forgotten that she'd done Strictly.
Yes.
But yeah. Well, we know who she wants to win because obviously her colleague is in there. Yeah, that bit about knowing all the different businesses that she'd had was a real surprise.
Yep.
I didn't actually know how she'd become to be a dragon, but all the different businesses that she had, it was quite staggering. But she said that she loved business.
Yeah, and she loved, she doesn't like to take instructions. And how cool is that? Actually, someone standing on stage saying, that's okay.
Yeah.
We don't, there's other career choices. So, no, I thought really lovely talk. And do you know, I particularly liked that she brought in the audience. I mean, we always say that, right? But she did. She actually said, look, I'm going to give you this, and then you can ask me all the questions. And it was a good mixture between virtual questions, real questions. So, really cool.
Yeah, I have to say I missed the questions because I was coming out here. Now, Facebook user, we only see Facebook user at the moment, says, I didn't know this was here, hello. So person who said hello to us, pop your name in the comments so I can see it on my little screen. Later on, we're going to show you everything in terms of this setup and how it works. What do you think to our little setup here, Nicole?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I said hello to Adrian earlier, so can I talk to BizPaul?
Yes, of course. Of course.
Really nice setup.
Aw.
Great to have such cool equipment. And I mean, the Sage. Oh my God, we're in the Sage. How
The
cool is
Sage.
that?
It's a great venue here, a really great venue. I'm quite staggered by it, really.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it feels posh. Okay, look, I'm going to let you go so that you can grab a coffee and prepare for the next session.
Thank you so much for having me, and lovely
very
seeing
welcome.
everyone online as well. Thank you.
Next session, so
11:30.
we've got Kyne, Laura Robinson, and Andrew Stevens coming up next. Who are you going to see?
Very challenging. I'm going to go with Laura this time.
Wonderful. Okay,
Fantastic.
have fun, and maybe you could be my roving reporter, and I can ask you
Not a
questions
problem.
later on.
Thanks, BizPaul.
Thank you, Nicole.
everyone. Thank you very much.
Feel free to just stick that down there and grab a coffee.
Matches
Do you
my
like
dress.
it? Yes, it does. Very good branding. Thank you, Nicole. Okay, see you later, Nicole. Okay, so we've got, as I say, lots coming up. I'm going to try and find people who will speak to me. You know when you watch the F1 grid, and the guy, Martin Brundle, is trying to grab people to speak to them, or people at the Oscars. That's kind of what I feel like right now. When I see people of interest, I'm going to kind of wave at them and get them to speak to me. But in the meantime, let me tell you a little bit about what's actually coming up at Atomicon, if I can get my little pass. So we've got, in the next sessions, we've got Kyne, who I think is just going to be fabulous. Honestly, she looks amazing. She was on Canada's Drag Race last year. Just fabulous. We've got Laura Robinson talking about fluffing amazing about yourself. That's nice and positive. And Andrew Stevens from Vodafone Business, he's on as well. Yes, go and grab it in. Who else have we got coming up? See, I threw my pass down, which wasn't very helpful, was it? We've also got Jazz, Ampafar, and Charlie Lawrence talking about ads. And then in the lunch break, we'll have anyone who speaks to me. We're going to have Kyne. Kyne has agreed to come on to the live stream here at 1 o'clock. So when this session finishes, please join us at 1 o'clock because we'll have the fantastic Kyne here today. Sabrina! Hi, Sabrina. Are you okay to join me? Feel free to pick up a mic and just go with it. Come and take a seat. It's lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Tell the audience we're live streaming on Ecamm's YouTube and Facebook, the whole audience. Tell us a little bit about you and what you're about, please.
Sure. So my name is Sabrina Clark Okubanego, and I am managing partner of a boutique strategy consultancy called Build Global. And essentially what we do is help clients either make money, save money, or negotiate on their behalf, and that is what I'm speaking about today.
I am really looking forward to your session.
Thank you.
I've got my little notes here of things that I want to talk to you about. People get nervous about money. I think people in the UK in particular, I know that it's not just a UK audience, but people in the UK are quite reserved, and we often don't like talking about money. How do we get over that without spoiling your talk, because we want people to go to your session?
So I think the first thing to do is to recognize what part of the conversation about money causes anxiety. So is it about speaking on your behalf? Because that was my issue. If you asked me to walk into a business meeting and talk on behalf of somebody else, I could do that quite easily. But when it came to me speaking on my own behalf with what I want and what I want to ask for, that is what caused content. So first of all, identify what is it that's causing you angst. The second thing is to really plan and plan in context. So what is not getting this money going to do for you and your business?
Okay.
And does that outweigh your fear about asking for this money or being reserved about it? The third thing is to really be authentic. I think sometimes people have this idea of what they think the ask should look like. Maybe they're watching YouTube videos, they've seen people saying, oh, this is the way I go about it, this is the right thing. And what I'll talk about today is just the importance of authenticity. I have my own way of engaging and asking and dealing on money terms, and you might have your own way about doing it, and both is right. So that's what I would suggest.
Do you think that one of the lessons from the pandemic and the sort of additional drive to overcome these challenges gives people more confidence to say, actually, I need to go for it. I can't wait anymore.
I know, absolutely, because a lot of businesses shut down as a result
Scary,
of the pandemic. And so people really recognize that, you know what, if I want to stay in business, I have to move past and push past my fears. And one of those is making sure that I am doing deals that works on behalf of my company. You know, I'm a small business owner, and I'm a consultant. You know, in my industry, 20% of consultancy shut down in 2020. So I'm very fortunate to still be in business and to still have relationships. And so what the pandemic did for me was just to continue to assess, and I think that's what business owners do. And this period has really caused everyone to assess, reflect, pivot when they needed to, take a step back when they needed to, and really fight for their, and I think that's the entrepreneurial lifestyle anyway. You are fighting
to adapt,
to compete, etc.
And on a similar vein then, in terms of authenticity that you mentioned, do you think that people are more willing to open up now because of almost like a collective experience that people have gone through? Is it easier, perhaps?
I don't think so. I think because during the pandemic, while some people were dealing with closing and challenges, others were really thriving and posting it here, there, and everywhere on Instagram, on LinkedIn. And so if you weren't in that group, then you start thinking, well, what did I do? What am I doing wrong? Why aren't I experiencing the same results? A little imposter syndrome starts to creep in. Is, am I really meant to be doing this? So I think that it's been difficult for people to be more open, though we've seen people being more open and vulnerable. But when you see the success stories, you start to say, some people have started to think, well, what's going on in here? I personally am just very open. When we're up, we're up, and I express that. When we're having challenges, I express that, but that's just me. And so I would encourage other entrepreneurs and business people out there to just be open about their story to the extent that they feel comfortable doing it.
Brilliant, brilliant. I'm really looking forward to hearing a bit more in detail. Remind people what time you're on.
So I'm on at 3:05 today, 3:05 p.m. In Stage 2 if you're here live, but if you're streaming, I'll be on at 3:05 and talk more about how to stop leaving money on the table.
We don't want that.
No, we don't.
We want the money. we want the money.
We want all the things.
There's not enough time. We want the money now.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for talking to me.
You.
I appreciate that. Feel free to just pop the mic on there. We're trying to keep it all as COVID secure as possible. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Okay. That was Sabrina Clark Okwembenego there talking to us. Thank you. I did practice it, I'll be honest, which I think is, always good to do. Talking about money, and we should talk about money because it's something that's very important to us as business owners, of course. Right, so people are heading into the second part of the day now, so we will soon wrap up and we will come back at about 1 o'clock where we will be interviewing the fabulous Kyne. I am literally looking forward to it. I mean, I don't think we're going to be talking about makeup or anything like that because I don't feel qualified to talk about it, but if you want to learn makeup tips, we can ask that question. I don't mind. For those of you that are watching the feeds on the live stream, enjoy the sessions, and we will be back at, I've forgotten, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Take care. Hello and welcome back to the Ecamm live stage here at Atomicon 2021. It's lunchtime here, so we are back with you for the next hour, bringing you various speakers, interesting ideas, talking about what's been going on. And also in this session, we're going to show you a little bit about Ecamm Live, which is how we're broadcasting today. So we're on the Ecamm Live YouTube channel. We're in the Atomicon group. We're saying hello to any of you that are watching. If you've got something that you'd like to ask one of my guests in this hour, just put it in the comments. We'll be able to see that, and we'll try and bring that in. Before we get talking to the fabulous Kyne here, I just want to give a big shout out to the Ecamm Live team, but also to Anna and Fulgens, who are doing all the fancy stuff that you see. So all of this and the thing that slides together, that's all them. It's been really professional looking. It's basically like TV. Right.
Yeah, I feel like I'm like, and now with the weather, we've got Jenny.
We should totally do that. I mean, it'll be grey and raining, it's written, right? So I know that we've got more US or North American viewers coming on stream now because it's morning. So good morning to you. Welcome.
Good morning, America.
This could be it. Right, okay. Future, got it. Right, so let me introduce to you formally the fabulous Kyne, who has come all the way from Canada here today and has just been speaking on the main stage in stage 1. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm like having such a great time.
Good. Well, that was my first question. How are you finding Newcastle, Britain?
Yeah, well, I've been to Britain loads. I love it here, but it's my first time in Newcastle, and I absolutely love it.
It's got a good vibe, right?
It does.
Yeah. Okay. Firstly, what are you serving?
I am serving, I'm giving you a little bit of purple, just that Atomicon realness. You know?
Realness.
Yeah, it's very that.
That is a word I hear all the time on Drag Race. Okay, let's talk a little bit about you first of all.
Yes.
So you're from Canada,
Mm.
and how would you describe yourself in terms of like how should people know you? What are you known for?
I am known for making math videos in drag, which I always people always get caught off guard. But I've always done drag and math separately. I have a degree for math from the University of Waterloo over in Canada, and like last year, I decided to blend the two together in these little videos, and they've really taken off. So people know me as the math teaching drag queen now.
And where are you doing that?
Mostly on TikTok, but my videos, you can find them on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, online Kyne everywhere.
Good. I'm glad you said it's always important to get the username out there. All right. So I've got a question about Drag Race. So you're on the Canadian Drag Race
Yes.
in the first season, which was last year, just before the pandemic.
Just after the pandemic.
after,
Well, we
okay.
filmed it before the pandemic, so you know, I'm thinking like it's gonna be so fabulous, gonna like go out and do shows, and then right after we filmed, but before it aired, was when the pandemic started.
And is that quite an intensive filming schedule? How does that work? So here in the UK with UK Drag Race, we get an episode every Thursday, but I assume it's not week and then another week and another week. Is it sort of every few days?
No, the episodes maybe take like 2 or 3 days to film each one, and they just like keep going. So the whole season gets filmed in like a month.
Right, okay. And what opportunities have that given you, apart from speaking at Atomicon?
Yeah, well, as a drag queen, it's definitely like a line on your resume. It's like a real thing that makes you, I feel like I'm like a legit drag queen now when you're on Drag Race.
Sure.
And it just helps with the recognition. And it's, as a drag queen doing shows, you get to like boost your rates and be known outside of your city.
That you definitely are. Can I talk a little bit about your session, because I thought it went down really well here.
Thank you.
What did you feel you were able to deliver on stage? Did it go as you would expect?
Yeah, it did. Well, I was telling you earlier, I was a bit nervous because since I started doing public speaking, most of it's been virtual because of the pandemic. So this was my first time like on one of these stages, and it's like such a massive venue, but I had a great time. The whole talk really was about my journey as an influencer and making content, and how I got to 1 million followers and what other people can learn from my story. And I think it went over really well. I'm really proud of it.
I think one of the things that stood out for me was almost the simplicity of the message that you had about staying true to yourself and the content needing to, because the things people talk about consistency of content, you know, you can talk to a marketing strategist and they will say, oh, be consistent and post regularly and things like this. And yeah, we've heard that a million times. But I think what I liked about what you brought today was a real story. You know, this is what you actually did. And you talked about the difference between, say, doing your initial makeup tutorials on YouTube and then doing the maths videos. And not being sidetracked by the viral stuff.
Yeah.
Now, how many times would you say you've gone viral?
I've probably gone viral like a couple times on every platform, like on Instagram, YouTube. TikTok is really the place. It's because of the algorithm on there that it's so easy for content to go viral. So I've gone viral like probably dozens of times now on TikTok. And it's awesome. You know, you say consistency, and consistency is important, but it's more important to have content that's good. That's content that's worth being consistent with, because I've always been consistent with all the kinds of content that I've made, but it's really about the content itself that makes it memorable and special and makes people want to tune in. Because you could be consistent, you can post every day, but if that content is not really good at its core, then, you know, it's not as good as you can get it. There's so much more that you can put into it by actually working on the content itself.
So for you, what makes good content?
Good content for me is stuff that's original, that's not, there's not like millions of people out there doing the same thing. There's lots of math teachers out there making math videos, so I always try to think, what can I do that's an interesting perspective on this, that's a little bit different? What way can I package this differently? And for me, like being in drag and teaching it to all the kids and all the girls and the gays, I feel that's my perspective.
And so what would you say to people who are struggling to find out what their version of that is? Is there anywhere that they should go for inspiration? What should they look at? What should they think about in terms of themselves?
Yeah, I'd say like look to the people whose career that you sort of want to model. For me, I like thinking of myself sort of like as a Bill Nye, except in drag, and try to think of different fields, see how you can blend them together and like reverse expectations and break stereotypes.
I think it's very easy to get sidetracked.
Very.
You mentioned that in the session. How do you stop yourself from looking at the shiny new thing and to staying on the journey that you want to get to where you want to be?
For me, I have just always stuck to my message of, you know, staying true to yourself, and that way I don't get caught up in all the noise and all the trends, because so many trends come and go. You have to stay true to your message. And for me, my message is showing people that math is fun and it's fabulous, and anyone can be a math person, no matter what you look like or where you come from. And because everything I do is I've always have that message in my heart, so that's what motivates everything.
So what's next? What are you looking to do, either with your content or your ambition for your career, your life? What do you want to do?
Yeah, well, I love making the like short 60-second math videos. I'd love to branch into more topics than math, because I have way more interests. Like I love science and history and language, and I'd love to explore longer form content, whether it's on YouTube or like an online course somewhere, because there's only so much you can do in 60 seconds, huh?
Sure. Well, I don't know, you can try. You can get quite a lot in. People's attention spans are quite short, aren't they? So
they're getting shorter and shorter, so
yeah.
It's harder and harder to get them to like watch a 15-minute video.
But the sort of contraction of information, I think really works. What I like about your content is that it is short and snappy. I mean, I've only really seen the math tutorials, less so the makeup tutorials, but I think
that's the key, because I've tried talking about math before, but I am like such a nerd. I could like go on for hours and hours talking about like the digits of pi, but because of TikTok and because it has to be 60 seconds, that's really forced me to be really concise.
Right.
And I think that's really helped me, because people don't want to watch a 30-minute math lesson. They don't want to feel like they're in school. They want something short and snappy.
And I think what's interesting about the pandemic and the way that kids have had to move online, they're looking for different ways of doing things, different ways of getting information. It was really interesting what you were saying about the teachers and thinking about different ways in which you can educate kids. Math sometimes feels a bit like, right, to some. And having somebody like you people can see that maybe people like them are there doing this stuff, and that it's not just for super nerdy people or whatever their perception of that is.
I talk to a lot of teachers about ways to connect with the students, and what I always say is go where the students are. The students are young people, they're Gen Z, and they're all on social media, they're on TikTok, so that's where the outreach needs to be. You know, we can complain, oh, why aren't the kids liking the textbooks and the tests? Well, because the kids, all their attention is on social media, so that's where we have to get them, and we have to appeal to them in a way that makes sense to them, which is queer people and colors and drag queens.
You are a great ambassador on many levels.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Thanks for coming to talk to me.
Thanks for having
me. I really
me.
appreciate it. And, you know, we'll see you around all day.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, 100%.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kyne. We'll just have a look at the quick comments. You can see here people are loving your purple, by the way.
Oh, thank you, everyone.
Absolutely purple. Thank you, Ecamm. Great stuff. Thank you so much. I will let you grab your lunch, finish your lunch in the speaker session or whatever, but thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thanks, guys.
Okay, you feel free to...
Sure.
I hate saying feel free to leave. Go. Be gone. That's not what we're about. But, you know, thank you so much, Kyne. Really appreciate it. Great talk there. Great session earlier from Kyne. Honestly, she looks amazing. Talking of looking amazing, we've got someone else straight in. Come on in. We've got Teresa Heath-Wareing.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I nearly took the...
You nearly took us the whole thing out there.
That would have been an excellent entrance to the live.
It would have been a good start, and may I say typical? No, not typical. Not typical. Not
and I
typical.
haven't even had a gin either.
Not yet.
Which is amazing.
The day is young. Don't worry. Don't worry.
And I'm not on stage yet, so I'll at least give it 5 minutes before I go on stage. Then I'll get a gin.
Thank you for jumping straight in.
My pleasure.
You know, equally looking on point.
Yeah.
Makeup's on
To be
fleek.
honest,
All that.
to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed Kyne's here because normally I do the best eye makeup, and I've been upstaged this time, which is a shame.
In a way, I'm at risk of turning this into like ETV and like the
like who are you wearing
yeah,
today?
who are you wearing? yeah, Top Shop. Oh,
Yeah.
I know you're not a Top Shop girl.
No.
Let's keep this professional.
Okay, we will.
So I know you are familiar with the Ecamm setup.
I am.
You're an
I'm
Ecamm
a huge
customer, aren't you?
Ecamm fan. Yes, I did some amazing training with the awesome Adrian.
Who?
Adrian, you might have heard of him.
Coming
He's
up next.
Ecamm, and he taught me how to use it properly, which was brilliant. And I just love like the transitions and everything you can do. It's hang on, he's got some slick button thing here. Like I've not got one of these. I need to get one of these.
Have you not?
No.
Even I've got one of these.
I feel like I've let my side down.
It's nearly Christmas.
Oh, you never know.
I'll
put it on my list.
You never know. By the way, Adrian will tell you later, but we've actually got like a whole kit list going on, which you'll be able to
awesome.
see and download and buy. For if you're watching this and maybe you have a content creator in your life, this is the perfect thing.
Yeah, everyone's got one of them.
Everyone's got one.
If you haven't, go get yourself one now. So,
Exactly. Okay, so Teresa Heath-Wareing, you're an
Yes.
accomplished speaker and you're here. You're the only speaker that's been here at every Atomicon. How do you feel about that?
I feel really honoured. I feel really privileged that they keep asking me back.
What dirt do you have on them?
Yeah. Obviously, that's got to be the reason I'm allowed back every year, is that otherwise I'll expose them to the world.
Yeah.
No, I'm just really lucky that they allowed me to come back and talk to their audience, which is really nice.
Well, you know, you've done the work, you've got the experience. So last time you were talking about funnels, weren't you, at 2019?
So the first one I talked about webinars and bringing it into funnels. Then I talked about list building, and as if like almost full, you know, as if this whole thing was planned. This time I'm talking about once you've started that email list, how to really accelerate it. So if you've got a list and people are trickling in and it's okay, but you want some tips on how to literally make it fly and get loads of people on your list, that's what I'm talking about today.
Brilliant. So that is at what time? That's straight after lunch, isn't it, your session?
2:15, I think.
Excellent.
So,
okay.
yeah.
Looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
So give us a little insight then. Don't spoil it. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
But what are the sort of challenges that you find people have when they're building an email list?
Mm-hmm.
Is it that people don't feel like it's growing enough, or is it that they're getting unsubscribes, or what are the things that people say to you are the issues?
No, I think it is that it's not growing fast enough. I think it's that they're just doing one thing or one or two things to grow their list. Like, so they might be just doing one or two lead magnets and they're not trying other things, or they're not promoting it often enough. And what I'm going to do in this talk is I'm going to talk about some of the more, I don't know, putting yourself out there, things that you can do to get people on your list. And this talk is very much going to be about why not try it. I know it's scary, but it's worth a go.
Okay, I like things that are scary. In fact, this fits this conference really, is about trying things.
Yes, and as if I'd known, which I didn't, the whole setup was Andrew and Pete talking about doing something that scares you and how important that is. So I feel like it looks really slick.
Great.
It was definitely not done on that purpose.
Wow, I think
We'll
that's
take
good.
it.
I think always a good event is like where you can sort of sew the threads together.
Yes, yes.
So I think if we were talking about fear and trying to make progress, one of the things I picked up from Andrew and Pete's session was this idea of not stalling or trying to sort of push through.
Just constantly. And I think that's the thing with list building. Sorry, I've just like
No,
took
you
you
go
over.
ahead.
Is that it's about keeping going, keeping going, keeping going, keeping going. And even when you're going, well, I'm only getting 2 or 3 people on my list, or, oh, I've only got, another 10. It's like, yeah, that's still another 10 people. And one thing I teach, actually, which I'm not talking about in this, is when you start that list, you need to email them straight away. Because if I'm only one of 10 people on your list, I don't know that. All I know is that I'm on your list. So when people say to me, oh, there's only 10 people on my list, it's like, well, yeah, but those 10 people don't know there are only 10 of them. So they tend to think that they've got to wait until it builds up to whatever level it builds up to before they can start emailing, and that is a big mistake. Not the case at all.
Right. So sort of resilience to the issue, perseverance, pushing on to the next thing. What size email list is a good size?
How big is yours, BizPaul?
Well, mine's not very big at all.
So this is the thing. It doesn't matter, right? So if you have a product that's really high end and you only sell 3 a year because it's that high end, you obviously only need a smaller list. If you've got a product that is lower end and cheaper and therefore you need the volume, you'll need a bigger list. But I would rather have 500 people that loved me than 5,000 people on my list, always. So it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality.
Oh, okay, good. I like it.
It's not about the size, it's what you do with it.
It's exactly right. I tell you where that fits into. So you were in the Kyne session because you were sat in front of me. I think one of the things that she said was about staying true to yourself and quality and not worrying about it.
Yes.
And I sort of feel when I talk to people who are here, most people are small businesses.
Yeah.
People are worried about, have I got the right number of followers or the right number of people on my list? Am I making enough money? And I think what's coming through quite strongly today is that that shouldn't be your worry.
No.
That making progress and the momentum is probably the thing that you should think about more.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think this is what everyone forgets. Everyone starts at 0. Everyone. Whether you're Gary Vee, whether you're Jasmine Star, whether you're Andrew and P, everyone starts at 0. And you don't see them when you're starting at 0. You see them when they're getting bigger, when they're, much more well known. So you think, oh, they just woke up one day and had all of that thing. So they feel like, well, I'm not going to do it until I get to that stage. And it's like, no, you've got to do it. You've got to keep moving forward, keep moving forward, keep moving forward, making, even if it's tiny changes, add one person to your list. By the end of the year, that's 365 people that are now on your email list. So I think people get really swayed by the big numbers. They want the big list. They want all the people on there. And granted, today I'm talking about how to accelerate it. But accelerating for you might look like getting 50 people at once. For someone else, it might look like 500 people once. And it doesn't matter. It's not about the numbers.
Okay. You do quite a lot with mindset and thinking about things.
Yes.
How can that tie into the idea of like stagnation or
everything? So bearing in mind, I've done marketing for a very long time. I'm very old, BizPaul.
You're really not. You don't look it.
Yeah, thanks. Not that I was fishing. So I've been in marketing for 16 years, and I started my own business. I started in the online world. I had a course. I put it all together, and I sat on it for 12 months.
Wow.
12 months. Like, I knew everything I had to do. I'd launched other people's courses. I'd launched other people's memberships. I did all the stuff, except I didn't have the mindset or the bravery, and I let it stop me, and fear stopped me. So because of that, the mindset key, you can have the best, as I did, marketing strategies, tools, tactics, whatever. But if you haven't got the right mindset, and again, some of the things I'm going to tell you, sneak preview, is things about, like, could you use things like events to, grow your list? But if you sit there and think, well, I'm not getting on stage, or I can't be the expert, or who am I to think that I can do this, then you're never going to do it. So it's not just about taking the practical advice, it's about going, I can feel that fear and go, I'm just going to do it anyway. So
it's kind of leaning into the fear almost.
Yeah, well, again, no spoilers, but the one question I ask always is, what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah.
You're not going to die.
No.
Like, and I talk about this, so when you get on stage, people are very scared of talking. So I'm like, I do an exercise with my members and I'm like, what's the worst that could happen? So we literally brainstorm. I could trip over.
Yeah, I've done it.
Have you?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I've tripped over walking up the stairs onto the stage.
Did you die?
I didn't die, no, I didn't.
Well, that was lucky. Because I think people think that's what would happen. But that's the truth. And then you think to yourself, okay, so like the worst that could happen, I might trip over. And then what would happen then? So what happened when you tripped over, BizPaul?
I actually made a thing of it. I actually kind of, ta-da!
Yeah, like you won't forget this entrance. Yeah. Exactly.
Hi, I'm here.
Yeah, and you just got on and did your thing. And people are like, what if I forget my words? Well, you're the only one who knows what you're going to say.
Oh, true.
Like mine is, what if I pee my pants?
Okay, that's quite
genuinely, my very first talk in the States, I was stood on side of stage and I had this like concierge guy who was looking after me, and literally, bless him, this was a very fancy event, walked everything around. Do you want anything? Do you need any food? And I was like, I thought that was like all events. No, it's not. Anyway, he stood at side of stage with me and he's like, you're right. And I'd already been to the toilet like 3 times. And he's like, you okay? I was like, what if I get on there and I pee my pants? Like, I genuinely thought. And he went, well, no one's ever done that before. And I was like, okay, I didn't. You'd be glad to hear.
Okay, that's good.
But what would you do? You'd go, well, hopefully no one would notice. If they did,
it would suddenly be warmer.
You'd be very embarrassed, but I wouldn't die.
No, true.
I'd get over it. So as long as I can't die, and for me, the worst thing for me would be having children, having more children. So as long as
you were going to say having children on stage.
No.
No.
For me, it's like dying or getting pregnant. As long as neither one of them are going to happen when I get on stage, I'm good for it. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's not happened yet, though. I mean, who knows? Getting pregnant bit.
That would be quite a thing for Atomicon.
It would be. It would be. I'm fairly confident it's not going to happen.
I don't know where we're going with this part of the conversation.
And I was just about to say, has all your talks, all your interviews been as professional as this one?
Yeah. To be fair, as I'm sure those of you that have done lots of live streaming understand, once you get over the first couple of minutes, when you know the technology is working, it's much easier.
Oh, completely. And we're humans. And I think people forget that. Everyone's human. We make mistakes. So you just have to do it. And actually, it's when people make mistakes that it's the best. I remember, and I don't want to call her out, but she is one of the queens of Facebook Lives. Mari Smith once went live and we didn't hear a thing for about 7 minutes. Her mic wasn't plugged in. So if she can go live and her mic's not plugged in, and she makes that mistake, then the rest of us can at least give it a go. You know what I mean?
It's okay. Well, I've got to say, like as if this was planned. We've got some comments. Look, you're the best, Teresa. You're allowed.
That's so nice.
It.
Did you just make that up? Because I can't see it. Oh, no. So,
there you go.
It was Adrian just making me feel good. Thank you, Adrian.
Oh, brilliant. I love the this is where my little button here comes into my own, because I can flick between things. In a moment, we're going to go through like how this setup is. I feel very privileged to just literally be sitting here holding a microphone.
So how's it going for you, BizPaul? Let's interview you.
Oh, no. I think it's going all right. I mean, the viewers will be the best judge of that.
Let us know, viewers. Yeah. How's he doing? Give him marks out of 10.
Or 5, you know. If you say 5, I'll just assume it's out of 5.
If it's 7, it's out of 7. If it's 2, it's out of 2.
Yeah.
But let us know. We like the interaction thing.
Yeah, I think what's been really good today is being able to just talk to people. So we've had speakers, but also we've had a couple of delegates here, people who are...
have you?
Yeah, so we spoke to Nicole Osborne. You know Nicole.
Yes, I do.
Just to see, what she...
they're coming in. 1 out of 10. Oh, I'm joking. It's 9.
9.8 out of 10.
9.8.
Do you know what? I will take 9.8 out of 10.
It's excellent. Enjoying it. You're doing great, Paul.
Thank you. Do you know, I'll take 9.8 out of 10 because I think that's more believable.
9.8.
9.8 out
I mean,
of 10.
that's still really high.
It's good, but it's believable.
Yeah.
Like,
is your mum watching? Is that Paul's mum?
I'm not sure my parents would like understand.
No, mine
they still don't
definitely
understand
wouldn't.
what I do.
No, neither does mine. My dad says, "What, people pay you to speak? I had to listen to you for years." That's what he said. It's really complimentary like that.
So here's a true
Thanks,
story.
Dad.
Here's a true story. A friend of mine is really quite senior at Compare the Market. You know,
Oh,
the
right. Yeah.
car insurance in the marketing department.
Right.
And she is so fed up with trying to explain what it is that she does.
Yeah.
She just tells people she is the meerkat.
I love it. I love it.
And
What
I
are you
think-
going to say? Well, other than the fact that you were a TV sensation,
Oh,
do the
stop it.
viewers know this?
No. Let's not go down there. That came out last night at the party.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
So, no, come on, we have got to say that there was a, I'm just going to say, there was Screwfix. Was it Screwfix?
It was a Screwfix commercial.
Screwfix. If you're in the UK, it's like my husband loves that shop. They sell screws and stuff. That's as much I know.
It's a hardware store.
A hardware store. Okay, that makes more sense. And they did this thing around the World Cup of people who had the same name as famous footballers. And you may or may not know that BizPaul, his actual name is Paul Ince. And therefore, there's a famous footballer, so I'm assured, called Paul Ince. And he was on TV adverts and on posters. And he suddenly decided he needed a lot of stuff from Screwfix.
Yeah.
Because he'd go in and stand next to the poster and be
Oh,
like,
hang on.
oh, yeah,
No.
that's
I
me,
just
that's
went
me."
in once. I went in once just to see the life
Signed a
size
few
cut out. But
things.
yeah. Yeah. Look, I had my own panini sticker. That was the ultimate thing.
A what? A panini
Anyone in the UK who has grown up in the 80s and 90s before social media would understand that you can buy. They're like trading cards.
Oh.
Your own panini stickers. You collect the stickers from your team, and they made panini stickers
Wow.
for all of us, which was
Who knew?
incredible.
Who knew?
There you go. I just tell my family that I'm on TV, and they believe me. So
Well, it's
that's
not a lie.
That's what I do.
We are on TVs of sorts.
We are. Can I just say, Alec Johnson's given us 10 out of 10.
Ah, thanks, Alec.
So
You're our new favourite person.
you're our new favourite, absolutely. Okay, look, Teresa, thank you so much for taking
Oh,
the
do I
time to
have to
speak
go?
to us. Well, maybe you should come back.
No, I think I'm going to, mainly because who knew I was so tanned? Can we just say? Like, I'm going to be on this camera all the time. Like, I'm not being funny, Paul, but...
This is the wonderful thing about Ecamm Live, is that you can make somebody
Yeah.
look tanned, perhaps.
We're actually the same colour, but this filter, I'm joking, it's not a filter. Half of it makes you tanned, half of it not.
You have just come back from Turkey.
Yeah, I have just come back from Turkey.
Yeah. You have been on holiday. I've been stuck
in
here.
in the sun, rather than chilly Newcastle.
That
so,
will
yeah.
explain it. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad to see you. Thank you
It's
for
been
spending the
funny.
time talking to us.
My pleasure.
Maybe come back later. I mean, it will be chaos at 5 o'clock because
Yeah.
we'll all be like, phew.
Exactly. Right. Thank you, guys. Lovely to see you. And I'll see you soon, BizPaul.
See you soon.
Take care. She walks off like slyly,
just-
trying not to knock over the thing.
Brilliant. All right, that was Teresa Heath-Wareing there, who always gives so much value. Thank you for the comments. It's really good. I love it, Katie. You're in Atomicon in Barbados. That would be a dream. Maybe if we can convince Andrew and Pete to do the next Atomicon in Barbados, that would be fantastic. Morning from Chicago. Christy, good morning. It's so glad to see you from Chicago. I'm so pleased we're seeing people from around the world. Now look, as I say, we've got some great setup here. We'll come back. Okay, this is live. Right, so we've got another person here who is fantastic. You know, I only met her yesterday, but she is part of the new squad that involves myself, Teresa, Andrew Davis, who you saw earlier in the live pitching competition. It's Samantha Hearn. Come on in.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello.
Thanks for joining us. I
Thank you for
love
having
your
me.
Power suit there.
Thank you.
You're very jazzy. You were jazzy last night at the pre-party.
I try.
You do a great job.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about you, who you are, what you do.
Of course. Hello, everyone. So my name is Samantha Hearn. I'm predominantly a business mentor and coach, and I work in the online space to support you, the epic entrepreneur, with being able to grow a really solid brand, an amazingly engaged community, and ultimately sell out your offers without launching.
That was a great elevator pitch. I love it.
Oh, there you go. Off the cuff.
Yeah. Okay, so sales is like your thing?
Well, here's the
Really or
thing.
not?
So I never really talk about money.
Okay, what's
And
that?
I don't talk about sales in a conventional sense. But ultimately, what I really want is for people to create success and freedom in a way that lights them up. So I do talk about sales, but I don't do it in a way of there's a framework or
Okay.
there's this tick list or
Yeah.
a structure. It's more, how can we make your business more successful using your personality, your strengths, and your community?
Ooh, I love it.
Yeah.
I am not a huge fan of the whole kind of blueprint,
Me neither.
carbon copy, sign this, do this. If you do it exactly my way, you'll get these results. Because I don't believe it works all the time.
Me
What do you
neither.
think?
No, I completely agree with you. And I think I'm an ex-teacher, so you have to be able to differentiate and you have to be able to diversify. And I think it would be doing a disservice to everybody if we believe that there is only one way to do anything, because there's not. And all of us are different as individuals.
Sure.
We've all got different personalities. So we have to honour that when it comes to business, you know? So I 100% advocate that. There's not one way to do anything.
So where do people start? So let's imagine a scenario where someone has taken the leap and they've quit their job and set up their own business.
Yep.
And they're going to go for it, right?
Yeah.
Which is huge.
Yeah, massive,
Right,
massive.
huge. And they are seeing all this content from various people with their programs, and they're not quite sure about things like that, but they're too nervous to start thinking about themselves and their personality. Where should they start to understand how they can utilize their personality?
Such a good question. I think, first of all, BizPaul is so right in the fact that this is all about you. And if you've decided to take that leap, that first leap, to do something and step out of your comfort zone, that needs to be celebrated in itself. So whether you feel like you're the finished article, you've got this 10 out of 10 strategy, is actually irrelevant. The most important thing is that you've decided that you want to try. So the first step I would always say is actually just start where you are with what you know and what you have. So if all you have is your phone and your living room, just start showing up and building a community from there. Don't worry so much about what could come next or what you don't have or what we don't know. Focus on what you do know and with what you have. So I always say building a community has to be the most important thing, because we need to know who we're talking to. And I think the number one challenge that people face is they want to serve an audience, they want to sell, but they don't have people to serve it to. So I always say we have to start with the people first. Even if it is that you're just doing blogs about cooking, but you don't have a cookbook, or you're exercising and people are exercising with you, but you don't have your own app. I think just building a community and being visible and modeling, this is the other thing, modeling the behavior of what you're doing. I think we are an example of what we create. So by showing up and saying, this is what I'm doing and I'm putting myself out there, people will be attracted and drawn to you because you're doing something that majority of people won't do. So 2 things, start with where you are and what you have and what you know, and 2, focus on building a community first.
So that ties into what Kyne was saying in her session about content that is true and staying true to yourself.
100%, yeah.
Which I love, because we're definitely pulling the threads together of all the different sessions. In fact, this Ecamm live stage is becoming the place where these talks are really coming together.
I love it.
We're the central place now. We're probably more important than all the other sessions. But I think what's really interesting there that you said about that, using what you have. So if we take lockdowns and COVID as an example. So I've just seen in the comments that Christy did this last year. Well done, Christy. Congratulations.
Amazing.
She says, did this last year, but I was let go because of COVID, so it's time to take the plunge.
Yeah.
And haven't regretted it. Absolutely. Where you've got, I like what you said about you've got your phone. If you, let's say you're a fitness instructor, you could actually just go live on your phone.
Yeah.
Maybe using Ecamm Live.
Yeah.
On your computer or whatever, but you're actually just doing it, and that's how you're building the community. You don't need an app. You don't need all this fancy stuff.
No, and for everyone that's like listening and here, Kirsty, Felicia, Alec, Katie, I think we overcomplicate things. And we spend so long analysing what we don't have and analysing why we shouldn't start that we don't take that plunge. And we don't just take that first next step. And a perfect example, even if you think outside of business, yesterday I went to the speaker's dinner and I didn't know anyone. And BizPaul, Drew and Teresa were just having a chat. But there was an opening they were stood in a triangle. So I just went over and said, oh, hello, like, do you mind if I talk to you? That is exactly the same thing. It's the epitome of just taking the plunge. And from there, we had an amazing evening, had amazing conversations. You make genuine connections. But if I hadn't have just said, oh, hello, then we may never have spoken. So I think that's another perfect example. In your life, how often are you taking the plunge and doing small things like that that you can just apply to your business? Just apply to that small thing of saying, do you know what, I will just go live right now, even though no one knows about it and I haven't told my audience, I'm just going to go live. Or, oh, I will post twice today, or I'm going to email my list. That plunge is a lot of the time where we start to build momentum. And if we don't give ourselves that chance, we're going to constantly find ourselves ricocheting between what we want to do versus, oh my gosh, the fear, and what about this and what about that? And then we do something and then we plunge back. Just that constant small next step. You know, I definitely think we overcomplicate it, and that's a lot of the time why we don't create the results we want.
I heard a great quote a while back that said something like, every baby step still moves us forward.
Yes.
And I thought that was really great, because I think as business owners, entrepreneurs, we, as Felicia, you're saying, you know, we overcomplicate things.
Yeah.
We put up barriers because we're making it a big deal, and maybe what we need to do is just to make the small change. I like that idea of just going live and not telling people.
Oh, it's so refreshing.
Because people may not join, people may never see it. But I found anyway, in terms of going live, every time you go live, the more relaxed you become about going live and about talking to a piece of equipment, which is essentially what you're doing, as well as the community that you have. Just doing the little things. Or even if you're nervous about going live, filming yourself. Or if you're doing a podcast, recording your voice and seeing how it sounds first. It's just every little step.
Yeah. And the other thing as well to point out is what you're doing is what 90% of people won't do. So even this conversation now where we're saying about going live or recording a podcast or you know, doing something different for your audience, most people don't do that. So you have to also give yourself credit for, okay, we might not be viral right now. We might not have 40,000 people watching every time that we go live. We might not have a swipe up. We might not have £1 million in the bank, whatever it might be. But you are taking steps towards those goals, which 90% of the population will never have access to. So if you're going live and no one's watching, you're taking one massive step that the majority of people will not do. So you need to spend less time thinking about what isn't working and who isn't there, and more time thinking, do you know what, actually, I'm going to give myself credit for the fact that I am doing what the majority of people won't do, and I'm putting myself out there. And you have to celebrate yourself for that. This is not about who you aren't and what you don't have. It's about recognizing that you have exceptional talents and exceptional gifts. And by you deciding that you're going to go live, or you're going to watch a live, or you're going to send an email, or you're going to do a podcast, or you're going to ask someone to come on to interview with, that is a massive step. But to you, it might seem like a baby step, but remember to put it into perspective. This is huge. You know, deciding to run your own business is no easy feat. So I think that's just really important to acknowledge yourselves for that. And these kinds of conversations, we have to reinforce that. You know, even this, essentially, we're just two people talking to a camera. You could do that in your living room. Get your friends in to interview you, get people that you know to do it virtually. Just start with where you are and what you have, and you're already ahead of the majority of people in the world. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think sometimes it's easy to forget that not everybody does these kind of things.
This is like some weird universe that we just happen to live in.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Look, Sam, I'm going to let you go just because you've got to get mic'd up. You're on next, aren't you, after the lunch? So thank you so much for talking to us. Good luck with the talk.
Thank you.
I feel really motivated. I don't know about you guys. I feel really motivated from speaking to you. So thank you.
Thank you for having
and we will
me.
see you around later on. I'll ask you how it went.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Bye, everyone.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Okay, guys. Well, I'm loving the comments that are coming through. Some real powerful stuff there. Even though you're not here, you're learning from the speakers. For those of you that are watching on the Atomicon group, I'd love to know how you're finding it. Drop us a message. Those of you that are watching on one of the YouTube channels, drop us a message and saying how it's going. Katie's saying Sam was Mrs. Motivation. Excellent stuff. Okay, so I want to talk. Oh, we want a 5-minute break. Yes. Yes, we can certainly do that. Have we got a video or something to show? Brilliant. Okay, we've got something to show you. So let's come back in a moment and rejoin us then. All right, welcome back to the Ecamm live stage here at Atomicon 2021 in Gateshead. I don't want to say Newcastle upon Tyne because that's over the river, and this is Gateshead, and we don't want to get that wrong. That could cause a real community problem.
People will be walking out.
Yeah, exactly. I'm here with Adrian Salisbury. Hi, Adrian.
Yeah, it's nice to be here actually. I've been sort of running around in the background over there, and
you've been working so hard to put this together. Many of you in the Ecamm community will know of Adrian. He's like the go-to guy. Like there's only one person in the UK that I would consider go-to. He's here. And we just thought it would be nice to spend some time with you and maybe talk about Ecamm Live and the setup and what we're doing here. So tell us a little bit about maybe your involvement in Ecamm Live, why you love it so much, and we can have maybe a look at what we're doing.
We genuinely, so in our Pro Video Academy, we're helping people look like this on camera. We're setting them up with things. And I came across more and more people I'd be saying, are you using Ecamm for this? I think I've got Ecamm, I'm not sure. You know, and I'm going, come on, this is amazing. Why are you not? So really it came out of this place of, you know, I'm telling people time and again, right, well, let me just show you what you can do with this. And I figured, well, let's just turn this into a course.
Yeah.
And that was really the start of the conversation with Ecamm, and it's been a fantastic partnership, really, that we do all the training for them.
Fantastic. What's your background, actually?
Photographer.
Okay, so the visual thing is definitely your bag.
Although not video.
Right.
And so lighting and things like that is very different, taking photos to video. So all of a sudden, I've never done the audio side before. We've never done continuous lighting like this. So yes, using a camera, but suddenly I'm using the same camera going, I've never actually turned the video setting on before. And so I still had to go through a journey. And I think that's where, when I got involved originally going to create a photography course, I started showing up on videos, and other entrepreneurs were saying, how do you get your videos like that? Because you're really standing out and we want to look like that. So we very quickly pivoted and started our Pro Video Academy, because something that to me was pretty straightforward. I just wanted to make easy for others.
I think when people want to think about going live, we've just heard from Sam about just doing it, pressing the button, going ahead. We've got a really great setup here, but how does one get started? If someone was just starting their live video journey, what are the basics? What do they actually need?
Yeah, well, you can absolutely just go straight to Facebook or to YouTube or wherever your audience are and get started at that. I think what we're doing here is really taking things up a notch, and it's getting noisy out there, and trying to stand out and be seen. To be able to brand things up like this is just fantastic. And all of a sudden people are going, oh, this person's professional.
Yeah.
And it is that subconscious, that split second of, does this look like someone's at home in a bedroom sort of, you know, having a go at this, or are they actually looking professional? And this is really, and Ecamm is a fantastic bit of software for, I mean, we've got Owen here working this away with us today, but normally, you know, this is a one-man setup, and we've got this Stream Deck and thing. You can program in advance. You can do all these clever things that allow you to, just as a solo entrepreneur, create this look as if you're in a studio and you've got a team working.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, I think the thing that always amazes me with using tools like Ecamm is that touch button kind of thing, whether that's using your keyboard shortcut or whether it's using something like Stream Deck or using your phone as Stream Deck, or all these different options. It is creating that one extra level. I really like that idea. So,
and I think as well, sorry, just you know, I know there's sometimes I come against this notion of, you know, I hear people saying, oh, just grab your phone, get going, just do it. But I hear a lot of people who, they will look at the picture and go, oh, but I look bad, or the lighting, you know, how do I get this? And then we've helped people transition with a camera or with things like this, and they, all of a sudden, they can't wait to go live because they're like, oh, it looks so good on there, you know?
Yeah.
And I do think there is, so while I get, you know, don't let the tech worry you and just go live with what you've got, massive confidence boost when suddenly you show up looking like this, and all of a sudden you, not only your audience are going, this is someone professional, but you actually feel like, I'm all right at this.
Yeah, I agree actually. I mean, it's amazing what lighting does for a start off. So can we talk about how some of this is done, and maybe some of the equipment that we've got? So we've got What have we got in front of us that you at home can't see, but we know we've got Owen, who's going to kind of come around with different cameras and try and show you how this is laid out, like behind the scenes stuff.
So Owen's just switching over. So we're onto this camera now. So, and as you mentioned earlier, I think what we'll do is we'll put into the description on these lives, we just put together a quick kit link that explains every bit of equipment we've got here. We've just put it up and made it available. If people want to have a look, you can see exactly what we're using. But we're tending to use these Sony cameras, and rather than being out on a tripod, we like this light stand. So the light's up on the top here, a very soft light. You know, it's hopefully doing a good job on us down here. We've got a camera fixed over here. That's feeding into our computer that's over there on the table. Okay. We're working, Owen. He's having to follow us around.
Can I just ask what is the cable? Is it like a standard
it's
like
a HDMI
to what? Straight into the potentially the computer?
Yeah. Today this is rare for me, and those that know me know that we don't normally use these. But this is an Ecamm Mini. It's called. Owen's just showing it there. A switcher that allows us to send multiple camera feeds into there and switch between them off of the, normally we would use a cam link that would go straight in that converts that HDMI into a USB. Okay. So in effect, your computer thinks you're using a webcam. It's just like a USB webcam coming in.
And do you get a better quality of video from having a digital camera rather than your webcam?
Yeah.
Okay.
And certainly when, you know, we've had people in our academies trying to do green screen and they're saying, I just can't get a clean edge. It's not lighting. Lighting would be secondary. Actually getting a camera that gives you a really sharp cutout is absolutely worth it. And this is a fairly, well, it's a very new camera, the Sony ZVE10. It's about £600-700 for the base unit, if you like, and then you can put lenses and things on it to all improve that.
And is that where we need to get to, or are there more entry-level ones? If we're thinking we've got a budget, we're a small business, we've got a budget, we can't just go big bang and do it all at once. Is the camera the first thing that we should invest in?
I would say so, yeah. And it is that, this is your main tool. You know, if we were builders, we'd be sort of, they would be our, and for me, the camera is first. We could have got ourselves into a position today where we didn't need any lighting and things. So that to me comes secondary. We can get a cheaper microphone, but I think the camera really is the heart of it. And I see people that go, and you can get used cameras very affordably now. So we could actually, it could be a £300 camera that you could get off of eBay or somewhere like that. You can do that, but I do see people go, oh, I wish I'd have paid that bit extra. And I think if you're looking at this and you're looking at creating courses, or you're actually really going for it, it's worth paying. We reckon the equipment list that we put together, we tend to talk in dollars because most of our customers are in the States. It's typically just under $2,000. Would be the lights, the mics, the stands, everything really that we're using. And I don't think that's a bad kind of investment really in you know, we'd spend that on a course.
But it's investment, that's the key word there, isn't it? If you're trying to produce something that looks professional, that's actually maybe going to drive business to you because of the content that you can produce.
Absolutely.
$2,000 is nothing really. I mean, it's not nothing, but
that's right.
It's accessible enough to create something that's going to have a good return on the investment for that.
I totally get if someone's just starting out and they're just dipping a toe in, they've got another business and like the idea of doing some live streaming, this might be a next step a little further down the road. But if you're at that point of going, right, okay, I've got an audience, I'm ready to deliver a product, you want to record those videos. And everything we're doing here, yes, we're live streaming at the minute, but we could just be recording a video.
Right.
And it's a fantastic way of recording that tutorial video, screen shares, slides, all those things. This really is the heart of it, you know, get a good camera.
And I think as well, you know, you talk about confidence. Just speaking personally, I feel like I'm doing something professional here today. I don't know what you think, whether you feel it's professional. But we've had some comments which are brilliant here about the sound and the quality of the sound and the mics. And you're right, Katie, yes, we're in a busy corridor. We're in the main thoroughfare, and currently everybody is on their lunch, so they're chatting, they're discussing things, they're walking
Sounds
through.
like there's a train going by. It's that tunnel over there at the minute.
There's a wind thing where you can grab balls. I don't know what the point of that is. We'll have to look at that. But let's talk about mics.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to hear that it is working
well.
Yeah. This is our first run out with the. Well, this is our first proper run out with these mics here. These are actually the ones I spoke to Katie at Ecamm and said, what mics are you using? Because I know I've been San Diego with them in the past, and I've seen this setup. And to have these wireless mics, is a big plus.
They're good.
It wouldn't be good. I wouldn't want to be doing this on my normal live, but it's ideal for an interview to be able to. And we could kind of up and walk around really with these. It keeps that good sound close in.
We can do that. Owen might, get stressed if we suddenly start walking around to see what's going on. But we might do that once it gets to like late afternoon. Things will go out the window and we'll just do whatever we like. I know that in your academy you talk about different types of microphones. So if somebody's in their office, what sort of microphone is best? Is it best to have just a USB one that sits in front of the desk? Are we better with an overhead one? What do you think?
Yeah, and there's and we'll have a clash of interests on this. Okay. Really, there's definitely a lot of the Ecamm audience like to have that podcaster mic sitting right in front of them there. I don't like that personally. I'm one of these. I don't like to see a microphone in the shot. I like it to look. You don't see that when you're watching the news and things. The mic's out of view. So we would have a microphone just out of the shot, like in the movies when you see them with the boom and they're just holding that microphone in just out of shot. That would be how we would do it.
And is that a directional mic?
Yeah.
So it's picking up the sound from wherever it's.
That's right.
It's pointing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a shotgun mic or a boom mic. It's just pointing in, and should be. I mean, it wouldn't do as well in this scenario. This microphone close in like this definitely is working well.
Is that because
and as soon
of
as
the noise?
Yeah, as soon as you took that away, you'd lose the sound. So because that's all going on out there, you're not picking it up as well. So perfect for this. This would always be the best. That podcaster microphone is like it for a reason.
Yeah.
Someone's there on radio, you do have a much better voice coming through on this. I just don't like having this in front of me. It's the same with wearing big headphones and things. I want, when someone watches my video, I want it to feel like I'm actually there in front of them, and I don't want any obstacles in front of us. That's kind of my thinking on that.
I suppose it's like a personal thing, isn't it? If someone was trying to get known for being a podcaster, though, for example, you would do the whole Joe Rogan thing.
And you can have your flags and things there as well that are, branding all. Pat Flynn is another one that, you can see is branding all around that. So, yeah, absolutely. If that's the style you're going for, I guess mine is more for a course video or talking more corporately. This would be more foreign to, it looks more like a streamer or a podcaster, like you say, So a close-in mic like this would be a better sound, but to me it's a slight trade-off to just put it out of view there.
Excellent. Well, people have been saying, as I've been seeing them throughout the day, that it all looks great here, and for those of you watching from home, you've seen now with the camera that Owen's been holding, what the setup here, and we're taking up quite a small amount of space.
I know, yes.
Really?
Yeah, it's a little bit too close to the wall. I was hoping to blur this a little bit more than.
So you can see
the photographer in me. It's upsetting me that this is a little bit too much detail behind us, but we can forgive. Yeah, so
I think it looks
we're
good.
As close as this to the wall behind. I think we're coming out about 3.5 meters from the camera to the back wall. Here is the distance of our set, really.
Excellent stuff. And
I was going to say it'd be interesting to have a look at this, because probably a lot of the Ecamm audience wouldn't have seen this kind of a setup before. Normally we're working at home, everyone's just sort of sitting at a desk at home. This is a little bit different, and I imagine people are thinking, how are they doing that? And so very happy to have a little walk through, really, and see what we're doing.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been such a pleasure actually, like using it and seeing the interaction and just being able to see the comments that are coming in. I can see all the names there. Laura Moore's saying she's loving the behind the scenes stuff. Are you the Laura Moore that I know? If you are, just let me know. We've got people showing up. Jazz, do you want to come and talk to me? Oh, good. I like a lingerer.
Why don't you have a word with Jazz, and I'll jump back in and we'll do it behind the scenes.
Fantastic.
After
Thank you.
that,
Thank you for sharing your
that one?
thoughts on this
I'll
and
come back in a
Ecamm.
bit.
We have got special offers on Ecamm for people in Atomic. So do check that out. One of the links will go up, I'm sure, and I'll get my piece of paper and read off the official thing that I should have done that I've forgotten. Thank you, Adrian.
I'll come back and see you in a minute.
Really appreciate it. Okay. Jazz, would you like to come on in? Just walk around the light. Okay, so we're continuing to talk to speakers during the breaks, lunchtime, and in the afternoon here. And I am delighted to talk to our next guest, Jazz Ampafar.
Oh, you got my name right.
Thank you.
Extra points.
I have been trying to make sure. No, it's polite. Can I just tell you that you made me cry?
Mate, was it when I beat you up behind the bike sheds?
That's right. That's right.
No, seriously, tell me why. Tell me what it is that made you cry.
I don't want to cry again.
Well, no,
I mean, I could, but...
Give me the outline, because when people say that, I always think it's fantastic because crying shows you care, but I'm not interested in inspiring people. I want change. I want change more than I want to be right, and I want to be right a lot. Ask my husband, but I want change more. So when people say that they're inspired or they're moved, I'm like, so what is going to change? What are you going to do more of or less of?
Do you know, so what really struck me was there was a moment where it transitioned from being fun story to whoa.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting that. Now I hadn't heard your life story before, so I was unaware of the challenges that you've faced, and that wasn't it actually. The thing that kind of got to me was the sort of realization that we all have struggles, and I'm no different. I've got challenges in my life. COVID's been one of them, but it made me connect your story with my story.
Yes, awesome. Yeah.
And I don't know, there was like a visceral reaction to what you were saying. I don't know if
that's such a good articulation of it, because I think what happens is that people say, oh, and in fact someone asked me, well, what if you haven't got a really good story? I'm like, really good story? Are you kidding me? We've all got a story. I'm turning being in foster care and being on the streets and feeling worthless into something that is a story of triumph over adversity. We might not have the same experience, but we all know what it is to feel shame, to be scared, to be worried, to feel guilty. We all know those feelings, and so we can use them when we connect and talk to people to say, so what about you? What does this look like for you? Here's my story, which is unique. What does yours look like?
You said so many powerful things. It's almost difficult to kind of remember them all, because there was a point where I actually stopped writing about what you were saying, because I was really in the zone with what you were saying. Can I just say the phrase Ford Cortina and a fag on was one of my favourite. Now I know that means something different to our American audience than it does that it's here. Where you're talking about Benson and Hedges cigarettes.
It's very English.
It's very English, but that was classic.
It was. Do you remember that though? I don't know how old you are. You're younger than me, but there's a time when PE meant putting blue knickers over your own knickers, because that somehow was okay, and then running around the streets.
Yeah.
With a PE teacher who was too lazy to run with you.
They never did it, did they?
No, they drove in the car. What was that about? Lead by example. That's what I say. And put your fag out. Cigarette.
Yeah, exactly. Just all those things. I mean, I grew up in the 80s.
You're right.
So, which I guess is the same.
Yeah.
So all of those kind of memories definitely came back. What else did you say?
I love that you've made notes. This is awesome. You got to publish this.
Well, maybe I will. Download my free lead magnet. We'll use what we learned from Teresa's interview to perhaps sign up for my email list.
Definitely.
You said don't compare your backstage with someone else's front stage.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Because we are hardwired to compare ourselves, and that leads to judgment, which leads to imposter syndrome, which leads to inaction, which is not good enough. So we look at other people, like I look at anyone here, I look at Brett now, standing here in the audience, and I think, oh my gosh, he's so together, and look at him standing there all confident. Oh, I don't feel confident. Oh, no. I don't know what's going on with him. He might be having a breakdown right now. He might be on the run from the law. But I make up a story about someone else which is better than the story I feel for myself. And I almost use it as a vulnerability whip to make myself feel worse. Ain't nobody got time for that. I mean, there are plenty of people that will genuinely tell you you're rubbish. So why are you doing it yourself? That's already covered. You should be the one writing your own story, not relying on someone else to write it for you. So I look on Instagram and YouTube and I think, oh, their YouTube's channel's better than mine. Oh, I should have a better website. Oh, I should. Yeah, all those things are true. And I will show up for me and my people every time, whether I feel I'm ready or not, because what I want is more important than spending all this time hiding behind in my room, hiding behind my screen, working on changing my fonts again, doing something else. It's like it's all busy work. And so rather than using comparisonitis to keep us playing small, stop turning the volume down on yourself. Be the human you were designed to be, not the human that everybody else's social media says you should be. Write your own story. I mean, I find it insulting. I think it's insulting that we give ourselves away like this. And I want to encourage people to stand on the truth about who they are in order to bring about the difference that they set up their business to do.
And that's right, isn't it? People genuinely set up a business to make a difference. So Andrew and Pete talked at the beginning. By the way, I've decided that this thing here is about pulling the threads of the sessions together.
Right.
So,
Good call. Good call.
Yeah. I'm just making myself sound more important.
Yeah,
than
we were going to just talk about sandwiches, weren't we? But we're going to bin that. Okay.
But they talked about progress and moving away from the stalemate and pushing forward. And some of that is to do with confidence. So you talk about being braver. What's the first thing that somebody can do to get that way, that place to be 10% braver?
You are very good at this. These are excellent questions, my friend. Okay, so here's the thing about confidence, right? I remember I was standing on a stage once. I got flown across the world, and I'm standing on this stage in California. And as I'm standing there, I suddenly get this massive, oh my God, I'm going to be sick. And I think, what am I doing? I can't be here. I can't do this. And I start getting ready. The guy who booked me comes on and he says, how you doing? I'm like, I can't do it. And he said, oh, you've got imposter syndrome. And I said, it's not a syndrome if you're actually an imposter. I can't do this. Just get me out of this. And I realized I was telling the guy who booked me that he'd made a bad decision. Well, that's not good business sense.
No.
So I'm like, right, okay, I've got to get comfortable with the truth that he believes. What if I just believe what he believes about me for 1 minute? Because I'd stop shaking. So I just thought, okay, it's true. I add value. It's true. For a minute. It was so good. I did it for 2 minutes, which was so good. I did it for 10, then an hour, then the whole afternoon, and I've never looked back. It's not about being confident. I'm not confident. I was a wreck before I went on stage. I'm nervous. It will, I won't do the best I can. But I am comfortable because I know how to reframe when it all goes wrong. So it's not, people worry about, what if it doesn't work? Well, I can help you with that.
Yeah.
It's going to fail. You're going to fail. So we'd be better off investing in what do we do when we don't know what to do? What's our reaction when it goes wrong? Like when I hire people, I say to them, I'm going to fire you at some point. Okay?
I love it.
We're going to get to the point where it's not going to work anymore for whatever reason, and I'm going to fire you. Decide what you're going to do when that happens now, rather than wait until then. If you decide now, when it comes to the end, we're going to move that way together, it's much better. So it's about being intentional. That's the thing.
And thinking about things in different ways. I guess it's very easy, isn't it, to go, right, this is my path, this is where I've got to get to, I don't need to deviate, or I'm going to try not to deviate. It sounds like what you're saying is that actually deviating could be beneficial if you're deviating to find out what that looks like.
Well, yeah, and also that you can make a decision and it could go right, it can go wrong. And whatever happens, you have to make another decision after that. So you can be dictated by negative outcomes, or you can go, me and my house, we're going to do this. And it's about that choice to get yourself back up again every single time and not to say, that's it, I'm finished. So I don't feel like it's a deviation. I feel it's like, so this is where I am now. Like, I often think if my life had been different, if I'd been adopted by a family, if someone had invested in me, who would I be? I could be running America by now. You don't want that. But, I could be doing this. And I always think about who I could have been or should have been. What is the point in me doing that? This is who I am now. This is the phenomenal human female you see before you. I'm going to make this work. And living like that, I am so fulfilled the whole time. I'm not relying on external influences to make life worth living. I'm claiming it and riding it all the way to my 100th birthday.
I'm sure you'll get there.
I'm sure.
Something Kyne said, I thought was quite interesting about curating the social media that you want to experience, and that's kind of similar, isn't it? We can use the tools available to us, like social media. So we don't have to compare our backstage with the front stage. We can help steer us on that path.
You're so right. The moment I was lying about who I was, I literally invented a brother called Tarquin. Like anyone's going to believe me. Who went to Eton.
Yeah.
I tried to make myself acceptable at teacher training college at uni, and I was doing talks on literacy, and I got to a talk and I thought, what would happen if I just told the truth? If I just told the truth. And I thought I'd lose everything, but I was honest, and it changed everything. I got a TED Talk, I got a book deal, and now I'm an international speaker. And that was from me saying, enough. What if I just said, do you know what? I should be dead and I'm not, and it's because of your input, and here I am. And it changed everything. So that, because people right now more than ever want authenticity and vulnerability mixed in. Personal authenticity and professional vulnerability together is a currency for the post-pandemic world. God, that's good. Write that down.
That was good.
Write that down.
Cool, watch that on replay.
Can any of you make notes?
Yeah. We're definitely going to watch it on the replay once it's in there. I think that's a good place to end it, mainly because people are going into the next session, but because that was quite profound. I feel like really inspired by what you've said, and I'm not just saying that because we're here in front of people. Like I say, you really moved me in the session. And I want to ask, where can we find you? Are we just looking you up online? You've got loads of stuff there?
Yeah, I'm everywhere. The beauty of reality TV is you can put Jazz Apprentice into Google, and there are lots of videos of me being fired and crying, but underneath that, some good stuff on resilience.
Are you on The Apprentice?
Yeah, did you not know?
I didn't know that.
Where were you? I just told everybody about that. Oh my gosh.
I was out at that point.
Supposed to be a fan, knows nothing. So yeah, you can get me online, Jazz Ampao Far, which is like Ampao, far away. You just look it up in the program. It's a really hard spelling. But you can put Jazz the Apprentice into Google and I come up. Or I'm on like all the platforms, delivering content to kind of connect with people and encourage people to be their most powerful self. And also crying sometimes because life's hard.
It is. Thank you so much for being here, for talking to me.
Thank you.
You've got some great comments.
Oh, hello. Jazz is so right. Just take a photo of that. Send that to my husband. Well, just that one. Thank you, Stephen Wicks, quite frankly. Thank you. I'm keeping that.
Thank you, Stephen. We've got great advice from, is that Girls Lawn? Is that how you would say it? Yeah, I think so.
Girl is Lawn.
Girl is Lawn. Great stuff. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
We will let you enjoy the rest of the session.
Bye,
talk to you at the party.
You are fabulous. Mwah. Bye-bye. Well, that was fun.
That was fun. That was fun. Okay, how are we doing? I think we're about to go into the sessions, but I don't know if, Adrian, you want to come back in with some final thoughts, perhaps? Or is anyone else here? Christine, do you want to come in? Okay, so we've got another person in for our slot, which I'm sort of calling, live at Atomicon, hear it from the attendees. Hi, who have we got here?
Who have we got here? Christine Gritman.
Christine Gritman, all the way from?
New York.
See, an international crowd.
International.
Here at Atomicon. And you were here at the last one, weren't you? You were a speaker at the last one.
I was a speaker in 2019, and in 2020, this is actually one of the few events where I actually really did pretend I was away. I told my whole family, I said, I'm not here, I'm in England. England meaning my attic. Yeah. I have a projector up there, and I projected the keynotes. So I really felt like I was there, and then I did the breakout sessions, on my laptop. Then back to a keynote on the big screen. And every time I popped down for food or water or the loo, I said, I'm not here, I'm in England. Yeah. Can't ask me for anything. I'm in England today. And now I actually am.
And now you actually am. It's lovely to see
better.
You here.
It's better.
It's good in person.
This is so much better than my attic.
It's a bit bigger.
Yeah.
As well. What do you make of it?
My attic's pretty big. But, oh my God, I can't wait to see 2022. Because right now, some attendance suffered from the fact that a lot of people are virtual. Hello, virtual people. We love you. But, I want to see this place packed for the boys. I want Andrew and Pete to look out at a sea of hundreds and realize that they did this. Mm-hmm. And I want to be on the stage again.
Who are you enjoying so far in the sessions?
Everyone. Okay. My goodness.
That's a cop-out answer, if I may say so.
I know.
Give us some details.
Anne Handley brought up someone from the audience who I think was very good.
Oh, he was amazing.
Yeah, he was fantastic. But no, Anne Handley can tell a story like nobody's business. And I know that that's her thing. But the fascinating thing is I'll have heard the story before, and I will still enjoy the heck out of the retelling, just because she always brings it so hard. And Jazz, who you just had in this very seat, my bottom feels very special. Oh my goodness.
Made me cry.
Oh my goodness. It was, just amazing. But of course, when you see someone like that, you realize, well, what the hell is holding me back? And that's the point.
Right.
But at the same time, sometimes you get into a spiral of, well, what's holding me back? I'm a failure, you know?
Do you feel inspired by what you're hearing so far then?
Very. And the thing is, right before Jazz is the reason I didn't go too far down the spiral of, well, geez, what's holding me back? Why do I suck? Is because I had just been to Laura Robinson's thing about the psychology behind that and about, you know, realizing, no, don't let yourself tell yourself that you suck. So I was pre-armed with that. And yeah, very exciting stuff. And of course, the boys. We always want to see the boys. I was whispering to Christina next to me with the pineapple thing. I said, that's Chekhov's pineapple. Chekhov's gun is a thing where if there's a gun in scene 1 of the play on the wall, it will go off by Act 3.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's Chekhov's gun.
This is highbrow stuff on the Ecamm live stage.
We're very I'm bringing culture.
I love it.
To the islands here. No, but so I was like, that's Chekhov's pineapple. There's going to be an enormous pineapple by the end of this. And I, of course, needed to get up on stage right after their session.
Did you get a photo?
Of course.
Of course you did.
The lighting's weird, but I do have a photo with my impressive pineapple. I'm wondering if there's an even bigger one coming out by the end that'll take up like the whole stage.
I'm thinking.
If there isn't, I'm disappointed.
It's going to come from like the top of the ceiling here down, like one of those like big material things.
That would be
lovely. Or maybe on the
lovely.
outside, maybe even projected on the Tyne bridge.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
They should also have a table full of real pineapples for us to take on our way out.
I think you need to be part of the events team.
2022, I think I do.
Katie's asking what happened to the pineapple.
So they started out. So I don't know if you were aware of Atomicon 2019. During their whole opening speech, their opening keynote, they did this thing where they would say the title of the keynote and then they'd add to it. So then they'd give us out new postcards with the new title. And then they'd add to it some more and give out new postcards with a new title. So it was a whole little shtick that they had going on. And so they kind of did that with a pineapple. They had like a big fake pineapple on stage that was not super big. And it was, I guess, representative of our confidence. And, you know, it was an adequate pineapple, as it was phrased. And they were, you know, basically daring themselves to have the confidence to have an even bigger pineapple. And there wound up being 3 different sizes of pineapple. The last one being, you know, taller than most people, except perhaps Kyne. But
Those
yeah,
heels.
yeah. But they've set us up now for more pineapples.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm not sure how easy we can get pineapples in this country at the moment.
Really?
There are a few supply chain issues going on here, but let's not get into that. Ecamm are saying,
Hi, Ecamm.
Fangirl screaming, it's Christine.
It is so Christine. Ecamm, I was just talking about you, and I'm sad Katie's not here. Katie, we got to talk, girl.
And what are you looking to this afternoon? Because I'm conscious you might want to go into one of the many sessions this afternoon. What are you looking forward to?
I am looking forward to them, but I know from going to many, many conferences that at some point in the afternoon my brain goes a bit fuzzy. So honestly, I'm looking forward to chatting with people. And I actually host a Twitter chat on Tuesdays.
Oh, right. Yes, of course you do.
So at 5, while Drew Davis, of all amazing people, is on the stage, I unfortunately have to kind of do my Twitter chat sort of in my seat there, which I warned him about already. I said, you won't be getting a good live tweeting of your session this year. I'm sorry, but I have to show up for my hashtag chat about brand peeps, and he understood.
Good. Well,
Yeah.
he's a nice guy.
He is a nice
He's a very
guy,
nice guy.
and he's got good style.
Enjoy the rest of Atomicon 2021.
I will.
Enjoy the after party.
I will. You'll be there, right?
I will be there.
You better be there.
I will be there.
All right.
There is no stopping me.
Thank you, Paul.
All right,
and thank
nice
you,
to talk to you.
Ecamm.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, well, that's about it for this particular session. We've got another transition. We've got another session coming up in the afternoon break, which is about 3:45 UK time, whatever time that is in your local area. Katie says she's getting FOMO. Not surprised, really. Not surprised. We'll be talking to, as you've seen, anyone that will talk to me. But we're getting such good value conversations out of the people here. We've learned about Ecamm and the wonderful things that it can do. We've learned about all the sessions that are going on. There's more to come. So stay tuned. Come back at 3:45 at the latest, and we'll see you then. Hello, welcome back. We're here at Atomicon 2021 on the Ecamm live stage. I'm joined once again by the wonderful Adrian Salisbury.
Back again. The sun's out as well now.
Oh, it's beautiful
What's going on?
here. Fantastic autumn afternoon. It'll be dark soon though because it's it's November.
Totally.
We're in the north. Okay, so in this segment here, which is kind of like a bonus segment, I guess, we're going to talk all about Ecamm Live, and we're going to show the viewers on the stream a bit more about what Ecamm Live can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is very unique. We've not set this up before. We spent quite a bit of time putting this together and thinking how you and the guests, what have you got in front of you here and things, and Owen and what he's doing over there. And a big shout out actually to Owen, who's doing a fantastic job.
He is.
Very proud of him for what he's been doing today. It's so cool.
I think it's gone really smoothly. Like you saying that this is quite unique. So for me, as a person sitting in front of the camera, I've not had to worry about anything.
Yep.
I've literally just had to sit here and think about how I talk to somebody.
Yep.
Which is
how it should be.
Which is how it should be if you're doing something like this. But let's look at what exactly we've got here, and then you can tell me perhaps what's normal, what's different, and then perhaps we can have a look at some of the behind-the-scenes stuff.
Well, I think before we move off from here, then the different bit really is typically you or I would be sitting at home at our desk with a camera in front like this, or in an office. Yeah. What's unusual here really is this is like a produced set really. We've got someone over on the side here who's been setting it, bringing the slides on, changing the cameras over and things like that as we're just sitting here. So I think that to me is where this is, for us, this is unique. And yeah, all of us, we've got 2 mics that we need to have going and mixing and things, whereas normally it's just me and I'll flick the camera on and away I go.
Okay. When you do it at home, do you have like a stream deck and things like that to move from
I do use a stream deck, yeah, and I would have maybe, depending on what it is we're doing, I probably have some preset scenes. So if I wanted to share my screen, I press a button and that goes to my screen share, or want to come back to camera, or want the comments on screen. So I would have a set of scenes already made. And I think that is one of the key things with Ecamm is actually preparing in advance, and you're not suddenly going, oh, I want to share my screen. Let's just see how I get that. And, you know, I've already got that ready to go beforehand. And it's one of the unique things with Ecamm is this whole scene. That it's like a PowerPoint set of slides almost that, you know, I know, right, I want to go to slide 2 next in effect. And I can just use this. I don't have to have a stream deck. I can just do it with...
You can use the software, can't you?
Yeah,
to do that?
and shortcut keys, actually, if I want to cut between different ones. But, yeah, this whole idea of presetting it and planning it and knowing what those scenes are going to be is quite unique to this. There aren't really other streaming software that I wouldn't say compares really with this, but I'm slightly biased.
I'm sure you are, but I have to say from me using it, and I'd consider myself a novice, really, in terms of the equipment. I'm quite happy to talk to you on camera, but in terms of sort of doing it, I think one of the great things about live streaming is that I find it quite empowering to be able to be in control and to create these sort of more professional videos and some of the slickness that something like Ecamm can deliver.
Absolutely.
So where do you want to go then in terms of how we explain this?
If Owen can change the camera over, what I thought would be quite interesting would be firstly to let people see what we've got here. So the way we've set this up is so that Paul and guests can see what's going on at the minute. We've actually set up hidden behind the camera, probably couldn't see we've got a stream deck here with just one lonely little button sitting in the center there. And so we've got, this is our iPad that's connected up, and this is the video output that's just coming up in here. And then down on this stream deck, we've got one button, and when we press it on here, it allows us to cut between the comments. So this is bringing in from Restream the comments that are on here. Katie, I think this is saying hi to us both. And then we can switch back. So it gives you a chance to see what's going on, see what's coming through, but then just to cut between and see the comments as well. So quite pleased with how this came together, really. Both fed out on USB cables. And then, shall we have a look over here at the desk?
So we've learned to walk a certain way around the desk, haven't we? So that we don't trip over any wires.
Now, I feel a bit of a fraud, actually, coming around here and showing this, because bless him, Owen's been doing all the work today. I'm just going to come and
taking
take all the glory. I am, yeah. This is how I do it. Owen, should we just have a look across the desk here, really, just to show what we've got? And this is, again, I'm not, I was going to say I'm not techie. I don't like to have more than I need. And actually, we were just saying in our academy last week, I have a clear desk. I don't have anything that I don't need on there. So this kind of stresses me out, but it's here for a reason.
Okay.
So what we've got at the minute, we're using these wireless microphones. And so they're coming into this, I'm pointing down here with my plaster on my finger there. They're coming in over here to this receiver. So this is our microphones coming in, and then they're coming into this little mixer unit over here, which allows us to, well, adjust the volumes and things. Yeah. And then that's coming out. We're running a Mac Mini over here, and normally we'd have a monitor, but thanks to Glenn, we've got this wonderful big screen in front. Owen's just being careful because that is going to loop with the feed coming through there. And actually, we don't normally use this A10 Mini, but again, for the benefit of this, and we've got a little preview screen sitting on the side here, it is allowing us to just switch between. So we don't want to mess up what people are seeing over there, but we can move the camera around and go, yeah, actually that's a good angle over there. Let's cut across, or maybe there's someone in the audience we wanted to just see. So we've been playing with that a little bit. So this is our, this is like a switcher, and you could have up to 4 cameras connected in on this, and you could be connected in and going across and just selecting which camera you wanted.
So this is like layman's question here. So this is different from the Stream Deck insofar as there's a camera feed, and this will make it more than one camera. But it can still be one feed, so you're not having to do it on something like a Stream Deck. But could you do it on Stream Deck?
So the downside, and the reason I don't use this typically, so we've got the 2 camera HDMI feeds coming in. One is the camera that Owen's got here. One is the feed coming from the camera over at the front there. Ecamm only sees one feed coming in from this ATEM. So the reason I'm not liking it typically is I want to maybe cut between the different angles. And with a Stream Deck, I could go camera 1, camera 2, if Ecamm can see that. But Ecamm is only seeing this. So it then gives me another control panel that I've now got to be over here instead of doing the Stream Deck.
Okay, so like your average live streamer in their home studio would more likely have a Stream Deck with camera 1 into the Stream Deck, camera 2 into the Stream Deck.
Well, they're not going into the Stream Deck.
No, of course they're not.
The
They're
Stream
going to the
Deck
computer, aren't they?
Yeah,
got you.
They would be individually going into the computer. Ecamm will see multiple camera feeds that are coming in, and it will allow you to choose between which camera you want. The Stream Deck really is there to, instead of me going up over here maybe and thinking, right, let's click and change that scene, I can actually use the Stream Deck and say, right, when I press this button, I want it to be that scene over there, or I want it to be camera 2 coming on and things like this. And this is the new, to us, this is new. This is a loop deck. So it's like the Stream Deck. You can see there's buttons on the top of here that we can program and do the same thing. The difference on this one is that we get dials on here. So whereas the Stream Deck is all about click buttons, so Owen's been able to use this one, and he's actually got it assigned. I don't want to touch because I'm not quite sure how he's got it set up, but he's got, when we're doing interviewing with guests normally remotely and they're coming into Ecamm, he can set these up on here to guest 1, guest 2, and we can actually just adjust the volume.
Oh, clever.
So there are a few things like that, and we were just talking to Ken and Glenn yesterday, and they were saying, if you find any other ideas for things that we can program into these dials, let us know from using it. And that's, again, one of the fantastic things about Ecamm is the guys are just totally there wanting us to, give us ideas, tell us what you want next. And there aren't many companies that work as closely as that with their audience. So yeah, that's some screaming going on over there. That's kind of this setup. And if anyone's got any questions coming through about this, happy to go back through it and show it. We're going to mess this up, aren't we, if you're trying to show the screen up there, because we get that kind of looping, the tunnel of screens going on up there. We could, on the feed out, do a live demo mode if you wanted. We could actually show what's going on the screen on here.
Let's try that. One of the things that I think is quite a good game that we can play now, because I've noticed whenever I'm speaking, Owen will try and put the focus on me, and whenever you're speaking, he'll try and put the focus on
Is that
you.
right?
So
Is
we
he
could,
being all
we
clever?
we could
Say a
just
word each.
yeah, just because you know it's not like you got enough work to do, Owen. Okay, yeah, no, if we can see what.
So everyone can see now our whole window as to what's going on up here. The challenge for me is trying to do this one-handed, but so with Ecamm, if folk haven't seen this before or aren't familiar with how Ecamm works, it's, in fact, I'm going to close this down for now. This is our preview window that we don't need to see, but these are our scenes that we've been preparing in advance, or Anna and Fulgens, we've already given them a shout out, done an amazing job of creating these scenes for us. So these scenes are what we were suggesting that, like in this case, we've got all the names of the speakers and they've put the branding on here for each person. We've got scenes, we've got overlays. This is the main window. We've got it laid out like this on this screen because it's so big and Owen just needs it in front of him on there. We've got our sound level, so this is showing me the audio that's coming through. We've got some sound effects, which is where the music's been playing from. And then we have comments. And all of these scenes, all of these different layers, we can move around, change the size and things around on here as to what's being seen. And well done, Owen. But if I would, for instance, if I come down here to the bottom of this scenes window and I'm going to say, we'll come right to the, well, it's not going to come to the bottom. I'm going to add a new one in here, a new scene. And what we'll do over here, are we actually seeing this? Sorry? That's not the feed. Okay. What just happened there? I shared the iPad. Okay. All right, it panicked me then. It suddenly said there was no connection. I thought we'd just lost the internet. I was just going to go, no, that's terrible timing. Right, what we were going to say is what we can do on here, and I'm loving this, is one of the new features in 3.9. So we're going to create a new scene from scratch, and I can say this is going to be a blank scene. So we've just put this image in the background. If we didn't have this on, it would just be a black screen.
Yeah.
We can then say to this, we want to bring in a camera overlay, which would be a video camera overlay. And click the wrong one. Thank you, Owen. It's the pressure. So this is our camera coming through on here.
Okay, yeah.
We can say custom size on this.
Oh, wow.
And we can move this thing around and put it up. So we can actually, and you see, I don't know if you ever used to use frames or anything, but you know, you used to see people with a frame like this in the background just to jazz it up a bit. And we're actually doing this all now in Ecamm. We can also put these little borders on here.
Oh, that's cool.
Change the color around. So let's...
so you could have proper branded...
Yeah.
Everything.
So we're doing all of this in here. We can see these corners, how they're all changing.
This is really flexible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible. So if I turn those back on, and we can actually adjust how strong an edge we want on that. So yeah, so we could do things like this, and we've done, so if we were to do an interview, for instance, I could, you know, this might be me on this one here. Sorry, I had to put that down.
That was slick, whatever you did there.
Just did Option and drag it, and that creates another one. What we would do if we'd got interview mode open. Let's just turn that on. I don't think anyone's going to join us. That will allow me now to select guest one over here. So I can have all this ready to go beforehand. And I can be saying, okay, I know I've got a guest coming on later. And then when they jump on they'll appear up here as my interviewee, and I can say assign them to guest one, and straight in there they come. And we've suddenly created this really nicely branded. This is the sort of thing you would have either bought a pack of frames or something for, or you'd have got something to do it. And you can have this could be a video playing in the background as well if you wanted. So you can do all these things like this. or we could maybe lose that camera there, and instead of it having it as an interview, we decided we wanted to have a screen share. And so this is one of the ways we enjoy using this, is to use Ecamm and, for instance, grab the Ecamm comments.
Okay.
And what we can do down here is let's select this again, and we'll go into this custom feature on here.
Oh, yes, that's better.
So I can actually grab these, and I'm going to try and do this. Forgive me, I'm just needing to use my finger down here to...
Adrian's doing this one-handed at the moment because we're holding handheld mics.
So what I can do is, so I can now bring this could be my live chat coming in over here.
Okay. Can you make the window larger so we can see us both better?
Can you make them? So making this window.
It's like a live demo.
I'll tell you what I can do, Katie. Let's zoom in like that. Is that easier? So you can see what we're doing over here. This is really hard trying to do this one-handed. Thank you, Rach. Right, let's come back to that. So, yeah, what Katie's saying then is to be able to let us have a look down here. So these are the overlays that we've got down here. So we can do things like this, bring this in. Even now, if you were doing a PowerPoint presentation, and in the past, if you needed to push that up to full size and things, we're just cropping in on these edges here. So you can actually use the main PowerPoint window and just crop out the branding, the little toolbars around the top and the side and things. I just love how we're doing all this in here now instead of needing to go out to any... Right. We don't need to be a designer to go and cut and make all these things. Yes, Rob. Don't go swearing or anything. Just realised he can see himself on there.
Hi, Rob.
So this to me is one of the really cool new features inside of the latest 3.9 of Ecamm over here. Being able to share the screen like this, putting it in a window to be able to frame things up. In the interview now, this is a new feature as well. If you've ever used... Okay. Let's just come out of this a minute. I think we'll come out of the... I don't quite understand it's trying to share across that screen as well. We'll come back to me over here for a minute, and I think I might get Owen to work out what's gone on over there, because all of a sudden we've lost this. I think it's just lost the power to our iPad for some reason.
Oh, yes. Okay.
It's lost that, but this was the chat. Look at the beautiful people in the chat. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's,
there's so much functionality for what is that? I'm loving the customization of it. I think, again, we were talking earlier about the professionalism and wanting to appear more professional, and how that can give you confidence in delivering something to your audience. The customization options in Ecamm Live here just means you don't really have to go anywhere else, do you?
No.
Fantastic.
And this is it. In the past, you've needed to either pay someone to create some frames for you, or to do some graphics and things. Even the images that you're bringing in, we were just mentioning this yesterday in the meetup. You could bring an image in, and in the past you had to get it to fit the window, but you can actually crop it now, or you can oversize it and go off. We've been doing some really cool. So like actually how you've had one camera that's had two people on there. We can actually, so like the camera feed that comes in, you could crop into one person. In fact, Owen could probably demonstrate this while we quickly sat over there, just to show how you can crop it and create two camera feeds coming in.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to jump back onto that? Is that all right, Owen?
Yeah.
Just very quick, we'll have a look, and this will probably be the last, because I think again this is a great use for it. Don't understand why that cut out on there, but So we're flying blind at the minute. We're in Owen's hands over here.
Look, yeah, I can see it on the I can see it on the monitor as well.
So Owen, if you could just maybe pull up a blank scene. Do we know what's going on? All right. So how about bringing the camera overlay in and then cropping it first of all to, well, either side. So whereas we've got this one feed coming in, can we blow that a bit bigger actually, Owen, so we can just see? So we at the minute would be here, 2 of us on one scene, but there are times when Owen and I are sometimes on a live together and we want the comments down the middle and us to look like we're 2 individual guests.
Yeah.
So Owen can just crop in there. He can duplicate that camera overlay and then he can crop one in on you, one in on me, and it will actually look like we're in 2 different places.
Yeah.
Again, we've done it when we brought a guest on sometimes and we want them to sit in the middle of us and then look like we're sitting in 2 different places, but actually we're sitting right next to each other. So as you can see there.
Yes, you might have to make I look bigger than I actually am. That's good. I like it.
So yeah,
okay.
Again, just ways that you can customize and use this that we've never been able to do before. And time and again, you've just seen Ecamm showing up and going, yep, we can find a way to do that. I absolutely love it. Yeah.
I feel.
Thank you, Owen.
Thank you, Owen. And you've done a great job all day today of making this look much, much slicker than it.
Could we just bring him on for a second, do you think?
Come on
do
in.
you want to
come on.
switch places with me for a second, Owen? As long as I don't have to do anything. Oh, we've even got the camera back. Look. Come on, I feel like you need a bit of glory over here.
Here's the star of the show. He's been behind the scenes until now. It's Owen Salisbury. Hi, Owen.
Hiya.
How are you finding it today?
Yeah, it's been good, to be honest. There's
Yeah?
been a few hiccups and things, but ultimately I think it's gone well. Yeah.
I think it's gone well. I mean, the feedback that we've had all day is that people have been enjoying the stream and learning different things from different speakers.
Yeah.
I'm just going to press the
that's
button.
going to need scrolling.
Oh, it's going to need scrolling for me. See, there we go. So you're offering advice right now on on how to do it. So Owen Salisbury's training guide will be, his new program will be available. Supersedes Adrian's. You're gonna drive at the same time. Fantastic. Okay. Do you want me to press that? Then you can know. So clever. Yes, Katie says, Owen, you are nailing it today. He really is. You've made me feel like I can concentrate on talking to somebody.
Great.
Which is great. How do you feel when you like doing these things? Do you like do it for Adrian quite a bit, or?
I mean, we do things similar in the sense of like, whether that's a live that we're both on. Sometimes we'll kind of like share the mouse. So say if Adrian's talking more, I can kind of drive a little bit, or vice versa. I mean, this has definitely been a unique, I guess, situation. Some kit like the Atomicon that we haven't really used very often and things like that. But yeah, it's all a mix of new and
yeah, tidying up straight away. I mean, this kind of could open quite an interesting opportunity actually to do more of these things at live events, because as we move forward, people are very much talking about what do events look like, and virtually everyone that I've spoken to, certainly in the US, is saying hybrid events are here to stay. For all sorts of reasons. One is the health aspect, but also that it makes it accessible to people who can't attend live because maybe they're immunocompromised, or it's too far away, or they can't afford the trip because coming to these things is expensive. So this could represent something that every event could do. Obviously, it has to be Ecamm Live that is used. But this could represent a nice little opportunity. You've got the kit, you've got the skills. What do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
I think go for it.
This is the first time really that Owen's it's just thrown him into it, and he's absolutely just, yeah.
Best way. You don't want to overthink it.
No.
You want to just get on and do it.
So, yeah, no, it's been amazing.
So, thank you. Thank you for being the controller. Thank you, Adrian, for guiding us through Ecamm. Thank you for watching this one. We're not going to, we have a little bit of a break, but we are going to come back very soon with, well, Anne Handley has promised me that she will come and speak to me first, and then I'm hoping to see Robin Kennedy and maybe even Janine Coombs. Like all the breaks, we'll see who actually turns up. But it's been great so far. We've got one more break to go, so why not join us very soon? Yeah.
Hey, I'm ready.
Energy. Hello.
Creating a double chin. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. No one will
Wait,
notice.
who am I
It's
looking-
just
oh, I'm
live.
looking at there.
Just look at the camera. There we go.
Oh,
Hello.
look at you, Rachel.
Welcome back to the Ecamm live stage live stream from Atomicon 2021. I'm joined by my new co-anchor. It's the legend that is Anne Handley.
Co-anchor. I've always wanted to be a co-anchor.
See?
Yeah,
You
this
see?
is great.
What segment are you leading on this morning?
Weather.
The weather. Do you know what Kyne said the weather as well? Everyone wants to do the weather.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
maybe that's an easy one. Well, I can't do sports because, of course.
The stock markets?
What else could I do? Couldn't do the stock market.
It's a bit dull, dry.
Could do. I could do COVID update.
Yes. You could. You could.
There
Tell
are
us-
2 new negative COVID. What's the word? There are 2 negative
Results?
COVID results. Yes,
Yeah.
that's the word. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah.
In here in Newcastle, live from Newcastle, breaking news.
Oh, we've
This
got.
gal is negative, as is my baby daughter. She's around here somewhere. Also negative.
It's wonderful to have you here in the
Thank
UK
you.
and in Newcastle. I'm so pleased to see you.
I'm happy to see you.
Tell us a little bit about your session this morning and why you picked. I mean, it's kind of obvious you picked why you picked storytelling, 'cause that's what you do. But like, in terms of the themes that you were getting across, why do we, as business owners or marketers, need to tell better stories?
So the reason we need to tell better stories as marketers and as business owners is because you need to find that emotional connection with your audience. You know, I think especially in this world that we live in, a world where, social is a thing, right? We're using social media, we're using content to connect with our prospects and with our customers. And so it's almost like a story is an easy shorthand as a way to talk about how you live in the world and why you matter to the people you want to do business with. And I think that there's nothing better than a story to create that emotional hook and that emotional connection to your prospects, to your customers, and to people who can ultimately refer you and create loyalty for you or have loyalty for you. So I guess, another reason why we need to think about it is that we need to think about what does story actually mean. I feel like very often when I talk about business, when I talk about storytelling to a corporate audience, folks are like, well, what does she mean by that? What do you mean by story? I don't need a story. We're a business. But really what a story ultimately is, it's a way that your product or your service lives in the world. It's how you help people. That's your story, essentially. So we say story and we may think about fairy tales, but it's not fairy tales. It's really just a way of showing how you help your customer in a way that connects with them emotionally.
There's quite a lot of research that talks about how people want to buy from brands who care or where they share their values. Now, some people have said, well, that research is a bit flawed because it's always done from like Accenture or people like that where it's in their interest to say that. What's your experience of working with businesses? Is that true?
Which part? That it's
that people do want to buy from
because you had
people.
a few different things that we should tease out, right?
Yeah, okay.
So you said that that sometimes that's flawed. I mean, I don't think it's flawed in terms of that logic, that people want to do business with people who they feel connected to. Because think about how I move through the world or how you move through the world. I want to do business with companies who I feel like care about me or that are the best fit for what I need. And very often that is an emotional feeling that I have. I think it speaks to the importance of brand in a world where so many things are commoditized. Are you creating that emotional connection? And so I think, the flip side of that is, I guess what you're saying is very often it's from the brand point of view, right? It's like, oh, well, people want to do business with us. But I think also, when I think about how I live in the world, how I move through the world, I mean, isn't that true of you? Would you say that's true of how you make decisions? Imagine if he says no.
No, I agree, actually. I do look at things like price and can they deliver it on time and those practical things. But I think increasingly I look more to, well, who are these people? And is this someone that I want to associate with? We can all buy from, certain online stores for convenience. But I wonder whether the pandemic has made us rethink some of that and go, well, perhaps I do want to be a bit more active in understanding who I'm buying from.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, let's tell you a really quick story. So I adopted a new dog just about a year ago. And so I needed an ID tag for him, right? So it's like he needs like a little ID tag attached to his collar just in case, God forbid, he should ever leave my side, which by the way, he never will.
He won't.
Because he's a pandemic puppy and he's like glued to my thigh at all times. He's also like 13 pounds, so it's kind of hard to like, I can't imagine him like breaking through anything or like breaking off of, that's not gonna happen. But anyway, all that to say, still, you know, helicopter mom, I need like, he needs a tag for his collar. Now I could have gone to just probably any like online retailer, Amazon, and just you know, ordered a tag for him. But what I did instead is, because he is, you know, my pride and joy, and my daughter's here, so she's loving hearing this.
But she accepts it, right?
She does accept it,
Yeah.
because, you know, dogs never leave you. Just want to say that. Anyway, so because he is my pride and joy, I decided I needed a dog tag, right, for his collar. So I Googled to try to find the best solution for that dog tag, and I came across this company called Road ID. I went to their website, and one of the things I liked about it was a feature of this dog tag, that it had like little loops, so it didn't dangle and jangle, which kind of is annoying, I find. Instead, it hooked right onto his collar, and I was like, oh, I kind of like that. So I was like, all right, that's good enough. It was kind of expensive, though. It was like $20 for a dog tag, which is, you know, kind of a lot. But then, as I started looking at the site and researching the story, they tell the story of the company, and it turns out that they didn't start with dog tags. They started with ID tags for people, like for wristbands. And it started because it was started by this dad and his son, who the son was hit by a car when he was out biking one day and didn't come home. And so parents are freaking out about it, of course, right? Where's the kid? And ended up, you know, long story short, he ended up with a head injury. He ended up in the hospital. It was just this whole thing. It was hours before they realized all this, though. So they thought they need to create something like an armband to give runners or bikers or anybody who's out like on the road. That's what they did. So that's where they started. And I was just so, you know, there was a video of them talking about it and the importance of this, and I was so moved by that I thought, you know what, like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna buy a $20 dog tag. Because to me, like, the story was part of it, and they talked about how important this company is to their family, and they talked about why they decided to create a jingle-less tag, for example. Like, there was just a whole lot of components to it. So it was the story, is what I'm saying, that ultimately sold me, and the way that they brought me into it and made them care about what they do. So that's the importance of story, like, as we move through our lives.
I mean, the way that you can recount the whole story,
yeah.
I think, is testament to this quality of the
because
story.
Because think about it, if the story was, you know, I went to Amazon and I clicked a button. Like, that's not even a story.
It's not really.
No, it's a transaction,
yeah.
right? So yeah.
Without regurgitating your talk, which regurgitating is the wrong way to describe
it.
I know,
you make it sound like it's distasteful.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Oh my God, it's been coming up on me all day.
It was a brilliant session.
It's Anne's talk.
Watch it on the replay if you can, if you weren't able to do it this morning. But without relinquishing the whole tale, what would you say is a good starting point for a business owner who's unsure about this, who thinks, I'm not good at writing, or I don't know how to tell my story? What are the basics?
Yeah, so you know, you don't have to be good at writing to tell a fantastic story. Really, just think about your product, think about how it helps other people, and then think about why that matters and why it matters from their point of view. I think the biggest mistake that I see companies making is that they tell their story from their point of view and they never connect it to the customer. Like that Road ID story I told a second ago. Yes, they talked about why they founded the company, but ultimately they made that moment, that scary moment when you think that things are out of control and you don't know where a loved one is, whether it's a four-legged loved one or a two-legged loved one. Ultimately, that was the point of emotional connection for me. And so it wasn't just that they told their story, it's just that they made me see myself in it. I was like, God, that would be terrifying if that happened to me, or if that happened to one of my children or my husband or any of those things, right? So all that to say, when you think about telling your story from a business standpoint, think about, you know, who you are, why you matter, not just to you, why you're excited about what you do, but why you matter to the people you sell to or the people you want to sell to.
Fantastic. I love it. I love the knowledge that you can give. I hope you've enjoyed your experience of Atomicon.
Oh my gosh, it's so great. It's so amazing. Yeah, except for that hour in the hotel room we were trying to figure out the COVID testing site. But aside from that, that's not Newcastle's fault.
No, and you'll forget that in the future. It won't be the big thing.
It's true.
No, it will be this thing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for talking to me.
Thank
you for talking to the Ecamm team. People are saying, that little August is adorable, which he is. He is. He's a legend. Go and follow him on
He is a
Instagram.
legend. It's so true.
And so
Yeah.
are you.
Thank you.
It's lovely to talk to you.
This guy.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
I will let you.
And we're out.
We're out. Hello, welcome back once again to the Ecamm live stage here at Atomicon 2021, and I'm joined by Janet Murray.
Hello.
Hi, Janet.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for being here. You're another one of the speakers. We've been doing quite a lot of chats with the speakers and finding out a bit more about their session. But for those people who are watching, maybe that aren't in the Atomicon group, maybe they're watching on the Ecamm live channels, tell people a little bit about you, what you do.
So I'm a content marketing person, like a lot of people here, and I particularly help with creating courageous content, so helping people to get out of their comfort zone and create the kind of content that's going to get engagement and sales. So my main thing is, I just happen to have one here. I have a content planner that I sell and a content planning community, and it's all about helping people to kind of show up consistently with their content and to create really engaging content that's going to help them make sales. Yeah.
So I know one of the things that you talk about in your own content is about the need to create good quality content, that consistency isn't enough. Because if consistency isn't all that, sorry, if the quality isn't all that, then it doesn't matter whether you're consistent because you'll be consistently rubbish.
Yes.
So have I got the...
That's
the
exactly
gist of
what
that?
I was just talking about just now. Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Yeah. So I've come to the conclusion after many years of teaching this stuff that most content, well, this is good news, most small business owners create too much content. And actually, if you show up 4 days a week, 4 stars of content, that's generally enough, as long as it's good content. And you can take the weekends off, you can
have a life.
Have a bit of a life, whatever. You don't need to be on social media 24/7, but your content does need to be engaging. And you need to, it sounds a bit serious, but you need to give your audience the respect of getting to know what it is that they want from you and creating that content for them. You can't just rock up online and start creating any old thing. And what I was just talking about actually was how a lot of small business owners, they forget that they're not professional content creators. So it's a job,
Right.
like people get paid to create content, they go to university to study it, they spend years learning their craft, and then somehow we start a business and we're like, oh, why did I post on Facebook and no one responded? Well, you're not a professional content creator, so you need to learn how to do it, basically.
I think what is really reassuring is that we as business owners do not have to be constantly on social media, because it's overwhelming, really.
Yeah.
TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and then within Instagram, Reels, Stories, IGTV. It's like there's so much there. Is there any particular format of content that you feel is working for people?
I feel it's all about the short form content, which is good news. So short form video, TikTok, Instagram Reels. And the great thing about that is you can repurpose it. You could create a script for a 15 or 30 second reel or a TikTok, and you can repurpose that into text-based posts. You could turn it into a Twitter thread, I think they call them. You can create the same topic for a TikTok in 4 different ways. I think it's all about short form. I think people's attention spans are getting shorter and shorter, and they want like bite-sized, snackable content that gives them a quick win now. Like they're not interested so much in sitting and watching long videos. It's like, give me 15 or 30 seconds of value, and then I'll go down the rabbit hole and look at what else you've got.
Okay.
But for me, I think next year it's all about the short form content. Even with social media posts, I think most small business owners, their posts are too long as well. Like actually, we can do a lot better in a lot shorter, less words, less length of video.
Do you think people overthink it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So would you say that really we just want to, instead of not thinking about it too much, just say what you've got to say, get the point across and deliver it? And if that means it's one tweet of 280 characters, then so be it.
Yeah, and it's better to do like one really effective post and get people to engage with you on that than to be putting out loads of stuff. Again, just what we were talking about, you can turn up, sometimes people talk about quantity, like on TikTok, they'll say, oh, well, if you post 3 or 4 times a day, you'll blow up on TikTok. Well, if you post 3 or 4 times a day of crap, you're not going to blow up on TikTok. But if you actually posted once a day but focused on really understanding what your audience wanted and creating really engaging content, then you're going to grow. But it is about, I mean, it does sound a bit serious, but it's like giving your audience the respect to really get to know them and know what they want. A lot of business owners, they're busy, they've got a lot to do, but actually if you want people to pay you money for your products or your services, you've got to take the time to understand what it is that they need and what they're going to engage with, and they're going to come back. With Instagram, I often say like that your Instagram's like the magazine of your business. People look at your grid and they instantly decide, is this person worth following or not? And if they look at your grid or they look at your last 6 reels and they don't get what you do, they don't get how you can help them, they'll just move on. So it's also thinking about first impressions. Like if someone looks at my account, are they going to see this as a helpful resource, or are they just going to forget it? It's forgettable content. So yeah, it really is about, it's about being helpful and being a great resource, whether you have a product or a service.
So those, I like that idea. So those first few ones, so that what that is saying to me is that having some kind of mix of content there might be helpful, so they can see different things, maybe?
Well, one really, really obvious thing is people need to know that your account is a business. So I do these like live coaching interviews on my podcast where I'll coach people live. And the first thing I'll say is that you describe to me what you see on your Instagram feed. And they'll like have holiday photos, or they'll have like a picture of them like, I don't know, playing with their kids or whatever. And I'll say, like, does this look like a business account to you? Like, if you imagine walking into a shop and picking a magazine off the shelf with the headlines, and you go, right, this fishing magazine or this angling magazine, like I either am interested or I'm not. But if you look at a lot of people's, particularly Instagram, you'll just be like, it's just a mismatch. You don't really know why. But if you're really interested in angling and you go to somebody's Instagram and every post is to do with angling, you're like, brilliant, I want to follow this person because I'm going to get more of this good stuff. And I think a lot of people don't think about them being the go-to resource for that particular topic, but also people need to see that, and it needs to. It's a really obvious thing, but a lot of people's Instagrams don't even look like business accounts, and that's the very first step. People who sell products, you wouldn't know whether it was a personal account or a business account. So.
I feel like I've learned so much just from 5 minutes. Tell us a little bit about the planner, because you mentioned the planner. This is about thinking about how we can do this more effectively as a small business, maybe?
Yeah, so it's actually quite funny that I created a planner because I'm the most disorganized person in the world, and I'm not a good planner. But in a previous life, I was a journalist. So as a journalist, you have to use a diary, and you create two types of content. So we call it like on diary, like breaking news, things happening now. But then you also have stuff on the diary, which you can plan for. And this means that you never run out of content ideas because you always got something. But yeah, when I got into business, I could see other people struggling with content. So I kind of thought, wouldn't it be great if we had this kind of planner that people could use to plan out their content and to map out their ideas, and wouldn't it be great if we had awareness days and key dates that would spark ideas? So this is its 6th year now, and it's changed a lot. So I should have brought the first one with me to see
how it compares.
How it's changed, but it's based on my full year. So 4x4 content strategy, which is based on posting 4 styles of content 4 days a week. And we have these little stickers for each style of content, so you can stick in your sticker for your 4 types of content. Should I hold it up to the camera?
Yeah, let's hold it up to the camera and see.
We're very QVC now. But
you got to do it with one hand, though.
It's quite heavy. So we've just dropped my stickers. So that's your 4x4 content strategy, and then you've got your 4 styles of content. And it just works like a normal diary, but it's also got, I guess we've developed it each year based on people's feedback, but it's got a 30-day content plan, so you could just follow that if you wanted to, and you could replicate that every month. I do have a membership people can join if you want more, obviously. We've got post ideas as well in there, so using the dates in the diary. But also, it's about accountability. So one of the things we added this year, which is quite cute, along with the stickers, is these little circles with this, where you can say how many days that you've posted. So you can say, like those cups that show you how much water you've drunk, that kind of thing. Yeah. Keep a record of how much you've posted and how often you've posted, that kind of thing. There we go, my stickers are going.
It's going everywhere, but it's the end of the day. I mean,
We're just throwing stickers all over the place.
Just throw it around. Yeah. Brilliant. All right. Well, thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
I'm glad you've enjoyed your time at Atomicon and hearing great things about the planner. You've got a great community. I know people very dedicated towards that planner and buy it every year. So thanks for showing it. Thanks for talking to us. And we'll see you at the after party.
Yeah, you will.
See you at the after party. Thanks a lot. So that's all for us, I think. Everyone's going into the final sessions now here at Atomicon 2021. So I'm hoping, with a bit of luck, to come back with Andrew and Pete at the very end to get their reflections on the day. They might be swamped by fans, who knows, but we'll see. But hopefully we will see you later. Come back soon. Well, welcome back to our final segment. I mean, it feels like we've been going all day. We kind of have. To our final segment from the Ecamm live stage at Atomicon 2021. I'm here with two fantastically coloured hair people. I mean, when I was speaking to Kyne earlier, we were talking about fashion, so we can start there. It's Robin Kennedy.
Yay.
Do you want to talk about fashion?
I feel like I've just come off the Olympics or something, and we're going to tell you about the snowboarding thing. That's as much as I know about the Olympics.
Have you been training hard?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah?
Yes. Training hard for meeting people in real life again.
How was that?
Actually really enjoyable. I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah? Feeling good?
I'm just exhausted. I feel like somebody's unplugged me completely.
So you were speaking earlier. What were you speaking about?
We were talking about making your email marketing actually valuable rather than just a thing that you bash people over the head with until they buy, die, or unsubscribe. So becoming like a celebrity to your audience and they get excited when they see your emails coming in.
Yeah.
And so what's the answer?
Yeah, what's the answer?
You have to go back and watch the replay of the event.
Good save.
So we've mixed some extra little stuff in there just to make it more interesting, hopefully more interesting.
And did your talk go well? Yes, you're happy with your people that were in the room? Nice and interactive?
Nice. Everyone said it was polite things, so that's
Yeah.
lovely. We did a
To your
little
face?
did a little trick. To our
Oh, did
faces.
you?
Did a little trick and that worked.
Good.
So that was good.
I like a little Robin Kennedy trick. It
Good.
wouldn't be a Robin Kennedy session without some kind of magic or
Yes, indeed.
stuff. Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is this the first time that you've spoken in person since the pandemic? Or not since pandemic, we are still in one, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, together, yes. I think each of us has done like a live performance of like our just purely entertainment stuff. But this is the first time they're speaking on stage together, in real life for a while, which is weird and exciting and great and can't wait to be doing it more.
Yeah. What are your key takeaways from the event itself?
I have had such a good day. What are my key takeaways? I just watched Drew Davis's presentation, which I thought was excellent. I've got loads of things to talk to you about.
I bet.
He's gonna have a word. I'm gonna get a right lesson after this.
Exactly, about putting constraints on things. I think there were some really interesting thoughts there to like reel.
Hang on, what kind of after party is this? We're gonna get you home and put some constraints on you. You're not helping with the rumours.
Yes, I think that was one of the big takeaways for the day.
Mm-hmm. As a speaker, it's like you say, you can kind of unplug and relax now because you're on quite late.
Yeah.
So do you get like I can't talk to people before the session?
I do. Yeah.
You do?
Every time before I walk on stage, I'm standing there, and the thought that's running through my head is, why do I do this to myself?
Right.
And I just feel horrendous. Yeah. But it's really interesting because then I reprogram that into thinking, it's just you feel like this because you care. Because you care about this thing and you care about everybody having a good time and making sure it's good and not looking like an idiot. So yeah.
Yeah. I just get excited.
Can I just ask that? How much do you rehearse a thing like this as opposed to some of your other stage work?
So this is a really new presentation. We've never done this before, and we weren't sure if we were ever going to do it again. So today was a bit of an experiment. So we've rehearsed this quite a lot.
Right, okay.
But the minute you get it on its feet in front of an audience, it's totally different. The timing's different. They laugh at the jokes in the different places, not the wrong places.
Not the wrong.
They didn't get the bloody script, that's the problem.
Yeah, and so that's interesting. But that gives us loads of stuff we can work on for next time to make it better.
Brilliant. And you got much lined up or not just yet for
We've
this
had
kind
too
of
much
talk?
lined up recently,
Yeah, I
so
bet
we've taken
actually.
some time off now a little
Good
bit.
for you. I'm hoping to come to some of your other shows at some point in the future. I'm waiting for that sort of guest list VIP invitation.
Well, there is one. It's just
There
you're
is
not on it.
I'm not on it. That is the level that we're at now. Okay, good. Okay, so thinking about your key takeaways and what you've learned from today, what is the one thing that you're going to go into your business tomorrow and do?
I think going back to what you said about Drew Davis's talk, I think for us, it's about seeing the constraints as actually the creative opportunity rather than as a constraint. I think that's just such a... It's really weird how in other areas of our life, we use that exact principle. Like, these are the constraints. If I'm doing some mind reading in my show, for example, I'll see the constraints of, well, you can't have a screen, so you can't do a thing with the screen. You see all the constraints as the opportunity to make it much more interesting. Whereas in other bits of business, you don't. You go, I can't do that thing because of, and you use that as a reason to sort of back away from it. Whereas actually seeing it as the reason to do it, I think that's a really, really big thing for me.
Yeah, for sure.
Same?
Same. Samies.
I thought it was very powerful, Drew Davis's stuff. I mean, I really like him as a speaker.
Yeah.
I find him very... The energy is incredible. I mean, obviously, he did a bit of a magic trick thing, which, you know, I looked at you and was like, oh. You know.
Yeah, we walked out at that point, actually.
Yeah.
No, it was amazing. It was fantastic. It was funny because when we saw him doing the Rubik's Cube thing, I leant over to Rob and went, wouldn't it be great if... And then
it happened.
It's like I'm a mind reader, isn't it?
It is. It is. Great stuff. Listen, I'm not going to keep from the after party because there's an after party now.
I can smell my cocktail.
Yeah.
From here.
Thank you for your time on this fantastic little live stream that we've got going on.
This is fantastic.
Isn't it good?
It looks just phenomenal.
Shouldn't it happen at every event?
Every event.
I can't do live streaming because I can't afford all of his equipment. Oh no, I can afford. I can do it.
You
Wow,
can.
it's so affordable and user friendly. I mean, if these people can operate it, for God's sake.
Yeah. I'm going to let you go so I can speak to Andrew and Pete. In other words, get off.
Who are they? Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's nice to talk to you. I'll see you at the after party.
See you there.
See you there. I'll take that. Thank you. Thank you. I'll pop that just down there for a second. All right. So, we're going to get on now the guys that we saw first of all, if you remember, way back at like 9, 10, 11 o'clock or whenever it was. They've had the most amazing day. It has been the most amazing event. And I'd love to get their thoughts on how it went and what they're going to do next. Let's welcome back Andrew and Pete. You did your own cheer then. That was so cute. The crowd have gone.
It wasn't even a very good cheer. It was kind of like a woo.
Like a relief.
Hey.
Put some in the comments if you enjoyed it.
Please do. Right, okay, so it's been exhausting, I'm sure, and stressful and wonderful at the same time.
I'm not tired at all. High on life, Paul.
The adrenaline is there, I'm sure. But at some point you will crash, and I don't want that to happen on the live stream. Okay? so now you've done the event. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sure you've had people tell you how wonderful it's been. And if they haven't, it's been wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
How do you feel it's gone?
I feel like we feel really happy, don't we? I feel like we feel happy, overwhelmed, excited, a sense of relief, I guess, as well. But no, we're chuffed. We're chuffed.
It's
I feel
hard,
like is the word
right?
that
It's
sums it
hard
up.
running events.
Yes.
And trying to run an event in a pandemic, equally hard, doubly hard.
I feel like you'll know as well as us.
I
I don't
do.
think there's anything quite like running an event in a pandemic.
I mean, why would you? But there we go. We've done it. I have to say, the atmosphere has been incredible. The vibe here, people wanting to be here, people acting in a very safe way, people still being able to share the love with one another. Are you picking up on that as well, or are you just too busy?
No. I feel like we always loved getting the gang together, and I feel like we weren't even really shocked by that, were we? It's like that's kind of like what we expected.
That's what we love to see, all the community come together, seeing people in real life, and like everyone said today, like there's nothing like it. Like just seeing people in real life, like you just create a bond so much stronger, so much quicker. So and it was just really nice to see everyone and a few hugs for those that wanted hugs.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant. Yeah, good atmosphere all day.
I did explain to a couple of overseas friends that this is not necessarily normal, but like some UK conferences. Do you know what I mean? Some industry type of very like dry conferences. They should be more like this.
They should. Someone called it quirky earlier, which I quite liked.
Okay.
I feel like we are a tiny bit cheesy, a tiny bit fun.
Let's lean into that. Let's lean into that. Fun, friendly.
Who wants to come to a boring event?
Exactly. Not me. I've really enjoyed myself.
Thank you.
Even though I've been sat here quite a bit, which has been brilliant.
These stools are not super comfy for all day, Paul. You okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'm just
right.
glad to be like normal height for people. But I did get to see a lot of the content as well, which I'm really pleased about, and having discussions and chats with the speakers afterwards. I got to like ask questions that I wouldn't have normally asked.
Yeah.
You know, Kyne was super interesting.
Yes.
Super interesting. Is she coming to the party later?
I think she is.
Yeah, brilliant. Have you heard of that Teresa Heath-Wareing? She's okay.
Which one's that?
Yeah, she's okay. She, the comments.
Wait,
were quite
did you say
positive.
Teresa Heath-Wareing, this global superstar?
The superstar. That's right.
Give me that $5 later.
But I think this has worked really well. We've had some great comments, and I think it's given people insight into speakers and their ideas and things like that. And there's been a lot of sessions actually tied really well together. Yours about pushing forward and progress and all sorts of things. Being brave. Jazz made me cry. In her session.
We've heard that there was a lot of tears.
Goodness me. Goodness me.
Session.
And I'll have to forward you an email which she sent me, which I just thought was hilarious. But she is hilarious. But I think it's been an amazing day. I'm glad you've had a great day.
We've had a great day. I'm glad you've had a great day. Big thank you to you as well for being involved. Round of applause for BizPaul, guys.
And the team,
and
Adrian,
the team.
Rachel, and Owen.
Can the team come in? Can the team come in and say hello?
Some of the team won't, but but also. Yeah, I think they should. I think they should. Let's get everybody
the team in. Get the team in. Get the team in.
Just watch as a stream.
Hey, squeeze in.
Join in,
We're a big
Teresa.
happy family here. Hang on, do we need to? How we get in? I'll go this way. Oh, there we go.
You're part of the team when we're on TV.
Oh my God, it's Teresa! She touched me!
This team here have been absolutely fantastic. They've totally made this happen.
They're amazing.
Pressing the buttons and doing the camera shots and telling me, Paul, you're still in shot, eating an apple or whatever. Yeah, it is.
Good button pressing, guys. Congrats.
A huge thank you to Ecamm Live, who have been fantastic. The software has allowed this to run as smooth as it is.
Awesome. So awesome.
Their support has been fantastic. Anna and Fulgens as well, doing the transitions and the branding and all that kind of stuff, just made it look so professional. So a huge thank you to them, and thank you for inviting us to do it.
Oh, thanks for having me. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Thank you for watching several hours of live streaming, and if you've been watching the bits where it's been come back soon and you've waited patiently, thank you, because you might have had it on in the background and got a shock when we go, right, we're back. Or missed it, yeah, exactly. Thank you for watching. We hope to see you at another Atomicon, maybe the one in 2023.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us actually about the offer? Oh, no, it's not an offer just yet to these, or is there? I don't know.
I feel like to some of these people, but not to everyone.
Soon, come back. I did.
No,
Wait, are you running it again?
Hang on. Yeah, if they go to atomic.site, they can sign up on the mailing list to get a discount on the next ticket.
Brilliant.
So go to atomic.site.
We will be
do
back.
That.
We'll be back.
Yes.
All right.
We'll be back.
Thank you, guys.
Famous last
Thank
words.
you to you. Have a great evening or afternoon, depending on what time of day it is, and we will see you very soon.
Bye.